All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the October 6th, 2022 Santa Monica Housing Commission meeting, which I hereby call to order. Noah, will you please take roll?
Yes, I can. Can you please keep an eye out to make sure that everybody is unmuted as I call this out? All right. Commissioner Everett has informed us that she will not be present today. Commissioner Gomez?
Here.
Commissioner Hilton?
Here.
Commissioner Borison? Commissioner Borison? I'll come back.
He's listed under presenters.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Here.
Vice Chair Marasco?
Here.
And Chair Gray?
Here, and it looks like Commissioner Borison's with us now.
Okay, great. See you. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Now, before we begin, let's just do some quick agenda management. Is there a motion to move item 10, general public comment, to the beginning of the agenda?
I'll move.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Noah, will you please take a roll call vote? We're voting on whether to move general public comment to the beginning of the meeting.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Hilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Borison?
Sorry, I was having trouble logging in, so I don't know what the motion is.
I'm sorry. The motion is to move item 10, which is general public comment, to the beginning of the meeting.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Vice Chair Marasco?
Yes.
And Chair Gray?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. So moving on to item 10, general public comment. Are there any general public comments? This includes anything in the Housing Commission's purview that is not included in tonight's agenda.
Hello?
Yes?
My name is Denise Barton. I'd like to speak. Good evening. The continuing problem I seem to be having with my buildings management, Greystar, is their accounting practices. Before I go on, I would encourage everyone to Google Greystar slumlords, where one of the first things to come up is a class action lawsuit against Greystar for their accounting practices. With some of the things that I'm experiencing being not posting payments received, being billed for the affordable housing rent for the city's portion, questions about my balance forward being my security deposit, being billed for rent as well in advance of the first of the month, rent checks being sent back so they can charge me a late fee, which they say they're removing, but I have questions regarding that questions due to the negative balance on my account. In other words, they're stealing from me. And this is in addition to passing on the costs to me for the building's electrical use on my bill for a year or more, which I believe has been corrected, although now I have to request periodical summaries for my electric bill. And would it be a coincidence that both of these bills are paid by my payee, making it look more like criminal activity? So with no assistance from the Santa Monica Housing Authority, being another way to harass and discriminate against the disabled, leaving the slumlords in charge. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other general public comments? Any other general public comments? Okay. If there are no more, yes, Vice Chair Morosco, you're muted.
No, is there some reason why the chat is disabled?
Chats usually just tend to be disabled. It's part of the process of all the boards and commissions. If people would like to make a public comment, they have the option of doing so for every item. We're not really here to chat with them via the chat feature, you know? And of course, if they have any questions that are something not being discussed, they can reach out to me or the city directly.
Okay.
Okay, so if there are no other general public comments, we're going to move on to 1A, which is chair announcement, which should have been plural because I have a few things to give you updates on. First, as this is the first regular Housing Commission meeting since our September 1st meeting, I'd like to make a statement about the events of that evening when I did not recognize a motion or potential second by Commissioner Hamilton regarding 2 sections of the Housing Commission work plan. As I learned when I consulted Robert's Rules of Order immediately after that meeting ended, the chair does not have authority to prevent a motion or potential second by a commissioner, regardless of any apparent conflict of interests. I should have taken one of at least 2 other authorized courses of action. The steps that I took exceeded my authority, and I apologize to Commissioner Hamilton, the rest of the commission, and the public for my mistake. Next, I would like to give you a quick update on the Client Advisory Board recommendations that we gave to the Housing Authority Board. On September 13th, I delivered a list and an in-depth PowerPoint presentation of our CAB recommendations to the Housing Authority Board. They were very well received generally, and the board ultimately voted unanimously to direct staff to immediately schedule the initial hybrid meeting of all the Housing Authority clients to start making decisions about the CAB, and to direct staff to come back to the board with information about how staff can support the rest of the Housing Commission's recommendations. Vice Chair Morosco, Councilmember De La Torre, and I then scheduled a meeting with City Manager David White to discuss the Housing Commission's CAB recommendations in detail and answer any questions the staff may have had. We met on Tuesday with the addition of City Attorney Doug Sloan, Assistant City Attorney Susan Cola, Assistant City Manager Susan Klein, and Assistant Director of Community Services Danielle Noble. All of the latter staff at David White's invitation. Thank you. I created a spreadsheet to break down our recommendations, specifically to impress upon the city how little our recommendations required of staff. Unfortunately, during the Housing Authority Board's deliberations, the mayor largely mischaracterized the scope and significance of the Housing Commission's recommendations. So despite the board's direction, we quickly encountered resistance from staff when we met, including the city manager and city attorney, who both seemed to misunderstand the Housing Authority Board's directions and their support for our recommendations. So now, with the help of some council members, we're appealing to city staff to follow the Housing Authority Board's directions to schedule an initial CAB meeting with Housing Authority clients and figure out how they can help implement our CAB recommendations. So I guess the 2 main takeaways are that the board endorsed our recommendations over those of staff, to the relief and delight of many Housing Authority clients, and that staff are not immediately following the board's directions, but we're working to change that. And finally, I wanted to address the omission of a commissioner discussion item that I had placed on the agenda at Commissioner Hilton's request regarding the Santa Monica College measure on the November ballot. Its inclusion has been planned for months. but on Monday, after the chair and vice chair training, I was conferring with Susan Cola and Brandon Ward from the city attorney's office. And I was told that it may be inappropriate to include a ballot measure in the agenda at all. Susan Cola said she would follow up with me later that day with more guidance. And the item was kept on the agenda until the Brown Act deadline Monday afternoon. But in the absence of approval from the city attorney's office, it was removed at the deadline. And then shortly afterwards, I received feedback from Ms. Cola that it is permitted to agendize a ballot measure only if it's an informational item and the subject matter discussed is within the purview of the commission. She went on to say that the concern is that city resources cannot be used to advocate or oppose a political candidate or political position. And that is also the concern that I had about our discussing the Santa Monica College measure. So those are my announcements. This item is now open for public comment. Are there any public comments on this item? Any public comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. This is Olga Zuraska. I have a question regarding the chair's first announcement. Chair Gray mentioned that there were two possible ways to address the situation at the September meeting, the regular meeting of the commission. Is it possible to hear what those possible actions would have been instead of what transpired? Thank you.
Noah, am I allowed to answer that?
Usually these public comments are, just comments for you to deliberate, and not really a conversation. But if you would like to, I think it'd be okay.
Okay. Sure. I spent a lot of time with Robert's Rules after the September 1st meeting. Sorry, hold on one sec. Okay, so there are at least two courses of action that I now understand I would have been able to take, or that other people can take in the future. There may be more that I'm just not aware of yet. The first, of course, is to allow the motion to move forward, to be seconded, and then to be voted on, and to win or lose on its own merits or lack thereof. The second option is actually a combination of two different. I'm sorry, Noah, can you find out who that is, please, and mute them? The second option is actually a combination of things. There is in Robert's Rules a motion. Any commissioner may move to do something called object to the consideration of a question. It requires a 2/3 majority to pass, and its passing allows the commission as a whole to refuse to consider a motion. However, it only applies to main motions, and Commissioner Hamilton's motion to amend the work plan was secondary because it was an amendment. However, Robert's Rules and also the Housing Commission bylaws, in accordance with city policy, both permit commissioners to also move to suspend the rules, meaning Robert's Rules or the bylaws, in order to do something outside of their scope. And so if I had known it at the time, I could have responded to the motion to amend the work plan by soliciting a motion to suspend the rules in order to object to the consideration of that secondary motion. I know it sounds a bit complicated, but that's the other course of action that I came up with, and that is something that that commissioners can use in future in a variety of situations. Yeah, I encourage everyone to familiarize themselves with Robert's Rules as much as possible to empower them to handle any situation as it comes up. Commissioner Hamilton, did you have something?
Yeah, it might just be helpful for us to just, because the letter from the city attorney that addressed that situation was sent to the entire commission.
Mhm.
It might be just beneficial for us to input that into the record so people can read exactly what the city attorney said about this, and that would probably take some of the complexity out of this. And it's pretty clear. So I think that I'm open, we can discuss that at a later date, but that's also a remedy to any confusion.
I thank you for that, Commissioner Hamilton. I'm sorry to have interrupted you. I thought you might begin to read it, and I wanted to point out that that memo was a confidential memo, confidential work product that was not open for distribution. So I don't think that we can enter it into the minutes. However, I think it's okay for me to say that, that I've spoken with the city attorney and the city attorney's office about this larger question of whether Commissioner Hamilton may or may not have a conflict of interest several times. And he did finally send this memo to the Housing Commission. And the takeaway is that it is unlikely that Commissioner Hamilton has any legal conflict of interest relating to the work plan and the nonprofit housing providers discussion that we were referring to earlier. I did ask the city attorney if he could weigh in from the perspective of ethical guidelines as outlined in the FPPC ethics training that we took that's mandated by AB 1234. And he didn't really respond to that, but it looks like, at least from a legal standpoint, that Commissioner Hamilton, it's unlikely that he has conflicts of interest from a legal perspective. And then in terms of ethics, I've gotten other feedback from the city attorney's office that that generally, I believe that's up to the individual commissioner, not only to recuse, but to moderate their behavior or not in accordance with ethics guidelines, and that the public or other commissioners individually can always make a complaint to the FPPC. But there isn't much direct remedy for that in the course of a meeting, other than the motion that I mentioned. But yeah, I hope that, does that cover it, Commissioner Hamilton? Okay. Are there any other public comments on this item?
Yeah,
I have a
one.
comment.
Sorry, go ahead. I heard a woman's voice first.
This is Deborah.
Yeah.
Hi. So that you know, I had a massive problem trying to get onto Microsoft Teams. Now I'm on the phone because so there's a conflict there for me, whereas before I got into the meeting. So
I'm sorry, Deborah. I can't hear you. There's a lot of background noise, and you keep cutting out.
Yeah, because I'm on my.
Is that better?
It might be a little better. Why don't you go ahead and try saying your comments again?
Huh. I don't know why there would be a problem. I'm not having it with anybody else. So maybe it's your electronics or something like you have, because you're operating through the city of Santa Monica.
Did you have a comment on this item?
Okay. Now, so you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm having a hard time connecting. Okay. So just so you know that. Okay. I went online to try to get information as to some of what we would be talking about ahead of time, so that, we didn't get a bunch of information dumped on us that we didn't have any prior knowledge of, so that we can speak on it intelligently. And I couldn't find anything. So the conversation you just had with Commissioner Hamilton, really, is there any way to get information like that ahead of time, so that if you have questions about it or comments, that you can address them at the meeting?
Well, in general, it sounds like what you were looking for was the meeting agenda, and that is online. The Brown
Well,
Act deadline.
I did download that, but it was only just uploaded. Okay, because I've been online, all week trying to get info and couldn't. So I just printed it. Okay, so
Okay, well, it's been up since Monday evening, which is Brown Act's deadline for it to be posted. So it's been up for at least 72 hours before this meeting began.
okay.
Regarding the particular conversation that we were just having, what was itemized was just that I had an announcement, and so there was no involved content for those announcements on the agenda. But you can always email us or contact the staff liaison if you have additional questions about what you said.
Okay, so apparently it's kind of difficult to get a hold of you folks by phone. I'd have to keep emailing, and I'm involved in so many other things that if I have to do by email, it's going to be very difficult for me to do that.
Yeah, we're not generally available by phone. The best way to contact us is through our city email addresses.
Now, see, I got used to that because Teresa was texting me back and forth, and we did it through that way, which is a lot faster than email for me. Okay, because I have like 7 different emails, and I'm corresponding with a lot of different people, and for me to have to go back and forth that way becomes problematic.
I understand, Deborah. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off. We're only taking comments on this particular item right now. So if you're done with your comment, we'll move on to the gentleman that sounded like he wanted to go after you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item? Okay. Then let's.
Chair Gray.
Yes.
This is Commissioner Hilton.
Yes.
Our staff in the past has provided reports on ballot measures such as local tax proposals to fund affordable housing. Staff has made ballot measure presentations first at the Housing Commission, then City Council, and both have voted to support. Regarding my proposed number 9 member discussion item, Santa Monica bond measure, I was going to provide a factual summary, and this is the Santa Monica College 275 student housing. I was only going to describe the type of housing and the community need, and we were going to attach the full ballot text as the attachment. My announcement was nonpartisan and within our commission purview, and I hope it can be agendized at our next meeting, November 3rd. It was for information only. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hilton. I didn't realize that I hadn't looked at it. I didn't realize that we had another meeting that would precede the election day. So I can certainly look at that. However, you mentioned that you wanted to discuss the type of housing and the need. And I don't believe the need is part of the ballot measure itself. Also, there was some concern because the supporting documentation that was sent to me was only the pros, not the pros and cons. And it was sent to me with a link to the pros listed on a website that was the website for the campaign for the ballot measure, which would not have been an appropriate attachment.
Well, in the past, we've discussed Santa Monica College.
I'm sorry, you're having some echo, Commissioner Hilton. Sorry.
in the past, we've discussed Santa Monica College student housing, and homelessness is our #1 community need.
Right, but homelessness is outside the purview of the Housing Commission. And what you said about staff giving presentations on ballot measures, I don't think that's appropriate. When I spoke with the attorneys at the city attorney's office, they were clear that it wouldn't be appropriate for us to make recommendations supporting or opposing the measure, because our domain is advising the city council and or the Housing Authority Board, and this ballot measure is not in their purview. It's only subject to individual voters' decisions, and that's not something that we're tasked with directing. So I'm happy to discuss this with you later outside the meeting with the city attorney's office, just to clarify what we can do. But since, as you say, the next meeting precedes Election Day, I'm happy to add it back if I get the okay from them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no additional public comments, then we're going to move on to item 4, continued items. Item 4A is a discussion and possible revision of the Housing Commission mission statement. Yes, Vice Chair Morosco, you're muted.
Someone had their hand up?
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Did someone want to make a comment?
Yes, can you hear me?
Just go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Housing Commission. I think this is retaliation. I am speaking about the Santa Monica Housing Authority's actions that, in contrast to helping voucher holders stay housed permanently, misplacing voucher holders on a path to being priced out of their housing and consequently spurring them to homelessness. Moreover,
I have to interrupt you. I'm sorry. General public comment is over. I was calling for the last of public comments on item 1, which it sounds like this is not.
I think this may be relevant to item 5, so perhaps I can come back at item 5.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Okay, so we are on item 4, continued items. 4A, the discussion and possible revision of the Housing Commission mission statement, which is also linked as an attachment. Are there any public comments on this item? Any public comments on item 4A?
Is there, Michelle, is there a listing somewhere of the changes that are proposed?
No, we haven't begun discussing any proposed changes yet. We just have the existing document attached for reference.
Okay, are we going to be making a mention in the near future about the RAB or no?
I'm sorry, in what context?
As to the mission statement of the commission with regards to it.
Oh, I don't believe so. I mean, it may be part of the discussion, but that's not, it's in our purview, but it's not necessarily part of our mission. But I suppose that's for the commissioners to discuss.
Okay, so we're not there yet. All right.
Did you have a comment about the inclusion of mention of the RAB in the mission statement?
Well, not unless, I guess not. I think maybe it's, I'm jumping the gun a bit, I guess, because I was hoping to hear some kind of a response to.
I'm sorry, who's speaking right now? Is this a commissioner?
No, this is Deborah.
I'm very confused about how this meeting is being run right now.
I'm sorry, we're taking public comments on agenda item 4A concerning possible changes to the Housing Commission mission statement, and it sounds like this is possibly a public comment on that. Deborah, can you
Correct.
go ahead and clarify?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Basically what I was wondering is, was there any response from the City Council with regards to the RAB, and that adding anything at all to what we heard? Okay, and in that regard, if the commission itself is going to have any kind of a responsibility as to not being over, but to monitor or be available to help the RAB.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Just to clarify, I did give an update on the CAB in item 1A. And this is recorded. You're welcome to go back and look at that. However, and we also have a Housing Commission CAB subcommittee comprised of Vice Chair Marasco, Commissioner Hilton, and myself, and we will make ourselves available as a source of information to the proto CAB and then the CAB as needed. However, they are not with oversight of that body is not within our purview.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on item 4A regarding the mission statement? Okay. So moving on to discussion, there are a few items, there are a few things to look at here in the mission statement, but I would like to start by asking Commissioner Hilton, if you could please explain the inclusion of the other sections in this mission statement document. Are they typically included as part of a mission statement for this body, or are they just additional information? And are they something that we should be addressing when we talk about the mission statement? I defer to you because I believe you you drafted this or helped draft this.
The mission statement is a description of the board commission. Starting at our October 21st meeting, we began revisions because there hadn't been any significant edits probably for at least a decade, and we agreed to bring certain terminology up to date. At 4 meetings, we had a handout. Beginning October 21st, November 18th, we had a 5-0 vote. We agreed on the preliminary edits, revisions, December 16th, and then January 20th of this year, 4A. We waited because we had new commissioner appointees. I went over all the content, section by section, and we had a 6-0 vote to add and approve the final edits.
No, I understand that, Commissioner Hamilton. I'm asking about in the document, there are several sections. The first section is actually entitled Mission Statement, which has a traditional mission statement. And then under it, it has affordable housing objectives as a section, and action items, responsibilities, jurisdiction, and authority, and composition, some of which seems like it belongs in bylaws. So I just wanted to ask you, because it's all contained in the same document. Can you tell me about those other sections other than the mission statement and how they relate to the mission statement, and if they belong together here or if they should be something in the bylaws?
Well, for example, affordable housing objections on page 1. This is item 6. It says promote our affordable housing production program and develop revenue sources for our trust fund, project-based 100% affordable housing. We added, of course, preserving our diversity, senior benefits, rental subsidy program. That was something that came later, a couple of years ago. We strengthened the wording under number 7 to ensure compliance with federal, state, local fair housing, reasonable accommodations, and physical accessibility requirements, because this was something the community was expressing concerns about. And then for action items on page 2, for example, we clarified number 3, which was prioritizing, it's called local priority wait list, residents workforce, but I added, and the commission agreed with the term other households, because right to return was something the Housing Commission voted on and something the council also voted on and agreed with.
Commissioner Hilton, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to clarify. I'm asking a more general question. I understand that when the Housing Commission approved this current document, that they addressed everything in it and updated it or expanded it or edited it as they saw fit. What I'm asking is, are all of these other sections also part of the mission statement, or is this just elaborating content?
Well, I think this is just broken down the same as any other commission. So you have action items, then you have 2 responsibilities, jurisdiction, authority, and then 3 would be composition. Some commissions, some boards have certain designated seat requirements. But to answer the question, these are just standard subheadings, I think, that applied, as far as I know, to all boards and commissions.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Commissioner Hilton. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the commission for discussion. I believe, sorry, let me check. Navigating a few windows here. Yeah, I'm going to open it up for discussion. I believe Vice Chair Marasco, you had some thoughts on updating the language in the mission statement, but it's open for any comments or thoughts on the mission statement.
Are you calling on me?
Oh, I was just saying that was my understanding that you had something. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, please go ahead.
Well, so we talked about this during the January meeting, that somehow the language had been changed in part 3, which would be or section 3 composition, where it states the Housing Commission is comprised of 7 Santa Monica residents, none of whom shall hold other office or employment with the city, and 2 commission members shall be participants in a housing authority program and shall serve 2-year terms, and 5 commission members shall, anyway. Now this mission statement says, under the mission statement under composition, it's stated appropriately where it says participants in housing authority program. But when you look at the website for the Housing Commission, it says affordable housing program participants. So I'm not sure why the language has not been changed to reflect what is in this mission statement. And if Commissioner Hilton, if you can explain why the composition on the website needs to be changed to reflect what is stated under composition in the mission statement.
I'm going to interrupt you. I'm sorry. We're getting off topic. My understanding is that in terms of I understand that's something else that you're looking into, but my understanding is that you specifically wanted to address the use of the term Section 8 in this document.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you.
Sure.
Section 8 is an outdated term for people who are subsidized through HUD, and hasn't been Section 8 since the 1980s. It's been housing choice voucher. And Section 8 also has, it's a word that comes with a lot of stigma, and it's discriminatory in a sense, or derogatory in a sense. And I would like to see it changed to housing choice voucher and not Section 8. I think that we need to start using the proper language. I know a lot of people default to Section 8 because everybody's, you know, historically familiar with Section 8. But again, the wording housing choice voucher is very deliberate. And the purpose is because when they switched over from projects and mod rehab, basically housing projects, and turning all of those vouchers into, back then was Section 8 vouchers, it was in order to give people a greater choice in where they could live. And so I would like to see that language change from Section 8 to housing choice voucher to reflect the meaning behind housing choice voucher. That is, gives tenants a greater choice. I also had a question about in here where it talks about develop. So in the, it's under the purview of the Housing Commission to develop, promote affordable housing production and develop revenue sources for trust fund project-based 100% affordable housing. That's under our purview.
It looks like, for other people's reference, we're looking under affordable housing objective, item 6. Promote our affordable housing production program and develop revenue sources for our trust fund project-based 100% affordable housing and pod programs. That's a very good question. Do any other commissioners have any input on that? That is, please, Commissioner Borison. Yeah, there you go.
I'm in trouble with this new system here. So the first part, the classical mission statement, is fine. Then there's a laundry list of affordable housing objectives, which are very specific, and I don't know if they are fit in the classical form of a mission statement. A mission statement should say, this is our general direction. How you get there is a more detailed, the tools you use to get there, I don't know necessarily should be in the mission statement. I mean, some of them are fine and worthy and could actually be inside the Section 1 mission statement itself, like the Affordable Housing Objective Part 1, achieve the goals and programs of the housing element and general plan. I mean, that could be in the mission statement and so on. But when you come to specific programs, promote affordable housing with AHP, trust fund, 100% affordable housing, POD, those are very specific tools, and I don't think they should be in a mission statement. And I don't think it should be on this page at all. I think that is stuff that can change depending upon what is seen as the best way forward for satisfying a mission statement. And it kind of ties us, the mission statement, to specific programs which, you know, may change with time. So I think that you should remove all the items 1 through 7. The ones which really belong in the mission statement should move upstairs into Part 1 of the mission statement, and those which shouldn't be here. They should be somewhere else. Like our work plan should examine these issues and say, do we think that we're going to do this? And they're not necessarily, you know, we shouldn't be painting ourselves into a corner on page 1, as it were.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments or questions from other commissioners? Commissioner Hamilton?
Yeah. Who created this, and was this generated by city council, or was this generated from previous housing commissions?
This was generated from the previous Housing Commission. My understanding is that actually the only copy of this document that we had came from Commissioner Hilton, and it had been an attachment, I believe, to an agenda when it was adopted, and I don't think it was ever actually reissued as a definitive document once it was adopted. So the document that we had at the bottom, the name, Commissioner Hilton, agenda item 3A or whatever, but it had the rest of this. And so I just asked Noah to take off the framing stuff, but there was also Commissioner Hilton, when he shared this document with us, included in the facts cover sheet a history of the actions taken by the Housing Commission that led to the adoption of this document. So yes, it's not necessarily in keeping or not keeping with anything directed by the city. It's not based on a city template. This was from a previous iteration of the Housing Commission.
Okay. Yeah, because the provenance of that document doesn't look like an official city document. It looks just by the heading, and I'm not really just sure where that came from. I feel like I've read, like if you look on the Housing Commission, and this maybe speaks to Commissioner Borenson's comment, but if you just look on the website under our Housing Commission, it's really short and very, the mission statement is there on the web, and to me that's a very short statement, very to the point, and it speaks to his issue about not getting too detailed about a mission statement. But this is also, a document that is, I think the title of it is mission statement and related items. So I think it's, for whatever reason, a more expansive document than what you see online.
Yeah, well, a couple things. First, the mission statement that's online is not this current version. It's actually not the most updated version. Second, I believe it's the iteration before the version we're looking at now. I apologize, and I want to make a clarification also, Noah. I didn't realize, I'm sorry, when I've been discussing with Noah separately the fact that we don't seem to have properly framed official documents for the Housing Commission, that the things that I've seen don't have any dates on them of adoption, or, aren't signed by anybody. They don't, they don't have any comparable metadata to like a city resolution where you can identify, like you said, Commissioner Hamilton, when it was adopted and what the provenance of the document is. And so that second line, adopted by a EG 5-2, those notes actually, Noah, my notes to you, and I'm sorry, I wanted you to fill in those blanks. I didn't have the data, but with the information from Commissioner Hilton's facts when he said what the votes were and the date that it was adopted, just so we could have that listed on this document, what the provenance of the document is. So if you could just update that when you get a chance, that would be great. But I added the general title because it was confusing to me, because the mission statement and then all these additional sections, which some of them, like action items, seem like it's part of our, work plan items. And, like you said, it seems like more than just a mission statement. So are there any other comments or questions on what we're looking at? I also remember that I think in this work plan subcommittee meetings, in one of them, I thought we also looked at something like by supporting, there's a line in the actual mission statement towards the end of the first long paragraph that says the mission is to improve the quality of life by supporting and helping to guide the production and preservation of affordable housing. And I think I remember us mentioning that we perhaps wanted to at least reverse the order of those things because it seemed to put undue emphasis on new construction. Are there any other Does anybody have any other substantive content suggestions or comments about things they'd like to see changed or added in the mission statement itself? Yes, Vice Chair Maresco.
So we were just talking about the mission statement. We're not talking about responsibilities or composition.
Well, that's
the mission statement.
I mean, yeah, exactly. It wasn't clear to me if all of the additional sections were meant to be incorporated in the mission statement, but I tend to agree with Commissioner Borison that they seem outside the scope of a simple mission statement. But we would, because this is the document we have and it's a little unclear, we can certainly address that with a motion if someone would like to make a motion, for example, separating those things. Commissioner
I'd like
Borison,
to comment. This is Commissioner Hilton.
Commissioner,
like to.
Commissioner Hilton, 1 second, please. Commissioner Borison and then Commissioner Hilton. Go ahead.
Let's hear what Commissioner Hilton has to say first.
Commissioner Hilton.
There were concerns raised about the term Section 8, and it's in action item number 2 and number 2 responsibilities, line 2. But just to clarify, Santa Monica is the recipient of federal funds for our housing, multiple housing vouchers. So in other words, our housing choice voucher, we have funding for 1358 vouchers. We receive funding for emergency housing vouchers, 102. We've utilized 10 or more. We have Continuum of Care, 250. And we have home investment partnerships, 46 vouchers. So we have funding for 1,664. So it might be better to just remove Section 8, the reference under action items number 2, Section 8, you delete it, and just stick with Housing Assistance Payments Program, and the same with number 2. As a comment, a further comment about number 6 under objectives, this was just general referencing that the Housing Commission supports a variety of policies and programs to support a variety of housing types. And when we discussed housing strategies, for example, discussion, and that went on for many, many meetings, all of the proposals and references were to newly constructed housing. So we came up, because of me, we came up with the idea of keeping tenants in place and assisting tenants who had a significant housing burden. So what you said, Chair, about reversing the order is something that the Commission has supported and staff. Preservation comes before new construction.
Right. No, I understand that, but that's not the way it's stated in the mission statement. It says production and then preservation. That was my only observation.
Yeah, I just agreed with you to reverse the order.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, great. Commissioner Borison, did you?
Yes. I would like, I'm not sure how to do this, but I'd like to suggest, maybe it's a motion, I don't know. I would like to suggest that we remove, if this is supposed to be a mission statement, we remove the affordable housing objectives part 1 through 7 entirely, and take those parts which are fairly standard mission statement material, like, part 1, part 2. I mean, it's all pretty, it's fine. And then when it gets to specific programs and, things like AHPP and, POD, I mean, it's fine. They're very worthy things, but if things change and if a new program comes along and replaces it, then you got to rewrite. It's not a long-term mission statement for the Housing Commission. So I don't know how to pass that propose that as a motion. I don't know if that's motionable. Maybe somebody has a better way of, pushing that forward.
Sure, thank you. Might I suggest, because you only referenced the affordable housing objectives section, but on the second page, there continue with action items and responsibilities, jurisdiction and authority and composition. I'd like to suggest that the jurisdiction, authority and composition probably belong in the bylaws and may already be there. Noah, could you please just make a note that we want to make sure that any novel information in this document that is not in the bylaws but should be there, can you make a note of those things so we can address them later?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, yeah, I mean, it wasn't loading properly and I couldn't see page 2.
Oh, okay.
So I was a bit confused about what people were talking about. Now I can see page 2.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to think a little bit more about this. So.
Yeah, I
Go ahead, Commissioner Gomez.
Yeah, if I may, Chair. So all the mission statements I've ever dealt with, and I've dealt with a lot of them, are what it is we stand for, what we want to accomplish. The strategies, the tactics in terms of fulfilling that really should exclusively be reflected in our work plan. Yeah. Consequently, I'm supporting what I think Commissioner Borison was advocating, but objectives, action items, they don't belong in a mission statement whatsoever. And responsibilities, jurisdiction, composition, that should reside elsewhere as well. I think we're all saying the same thing. But what I would advocate is if there's something redeemable associated with the objectives and action items, they should be integrated into the work plan as opposed to the mission statement. Right. And I think we have, based on what I've seen here, I mean, we have a very robust work plan. So anyway, this is, I'll be quick because I'm taking up too much time here, but the mission statement should be a mission statement. We either have some modifications to it or not. And again, I don't see the value in the objectives, in the action items, and 2 and 3 could be integrated elsewhere.
Okay. From what I hear everyone saying, is there a motion to begin with to isolate as a mission statement only the statement under item 1, mission statement, and to divorce all of the other items in this document from our mission statement and this discussion? Or from the mission statement? Yes, Commissioner Borison?
Well, that's the question is then, where does all that writing go? Does it just vanish in space or does it find a house somewhere else?
Well, that's a good question. The reason I said it the way I did is because then we can just focus on looking at the mission statement itself. I wasn't suggesting that that motion be the end of this conversation, just that it focus us on the mission statement itself. But I agree with you that if there is anything that anyone would like to recommend pulling out from any of those other sections that they would like incorporated in the brief paragraph of a mission statement, then by all means we can offer those suggestions next. But I first wanted to, if you guys, that the motion doesn't have to be made that way, but I didn't know if you guys wanted to try and simplify our focus now. Yes, Vice Chair Morosco.
To respond to Commissioner Borison's question, though, the mission statement and sections 2 and 3 are actually on the Granicus page for the Housing Commission. So it's like the landing page for the Housing Commission that describes what the Housing Commission is. So they don't, I mean, it doesn't go away, but there are some things that do need to be changed in those other two sections as far as the web page is concerned. I don't know where they came from or how that was developed. I don't know the history of it and how they came to those conclusions and then put it on the website, but that is where those other two sections and the mission statement are displayed online.
Yes, Commissioner Borson.
So I would make a motion that we keep the existing Section 1 mission statement, and there are other locations already existing, as Commissioner Marusco has said, for sections 2 and 3, responsibility and composition. I don't think that the objectives and action items should be in the mission statement, and I would propose a motion that they should be removed.
Not to split hairs, but I don't think that they are. I mean, are they in the mission statement? Because I read it differently.
That's an excellent question, Commissioner Hamilton, and it was kind of my original question. They didn't actually seem to be part of, strictly speaking, the mission statement, but because we don't have, you know, this is the document we have, you know, how you want to characterize.
Just so we can, maybe we do this, because I think this is an important conversation, but I think it will probably go on much longer than it needs to. Maybe for clarification purposes, we have, you know, section 1 point, section 1 is mission statement, and then right underneath that, there's affordable housing objectives. And we should just put section 2 there, insert section 2 there, and then section 3 could be action items. Section 4 can be responsibilities, jurisdiction, and authority. Section 5 can be composition. That way, the mission statement stands alone a little bit better that way. So people are just going to focus on those first 2 paragraphs because that's what's labeled mission statement. And the statement at the very top, it says Housing Commission statement, Housing Commission mission statement, and related items. And, you know, we could just say section 2 through section 5 are related items to the mission statement. And then it's just a formatting change, and we can make the other changes that were proposed about the change to the section 8 language. And I think that might clarify things for people.
Okay, that's a good point. I just want to reiterate that in an effort to try and frame this document, I actually added Housing Commission mission statement and related items because I received this document as a self-contained thing. And I wasn't sure if the mission statement was supposed to be. So related items, I take your point, but I said that, and so it's not necessarily the proper title for this page. But given that the mission statement does stand on its own here, I think it's reasonable, since our item is discussing the mission statement, I think it is reasonable for us to only focus our attention on what is listed as the mission statement here. The rest of these things will always exist in this document as a historical document of the Housing Commission. And it's available to us when we, if we want to pull something out, for example, to make sure it's in the bylaws, which is where a lot of this belongs. Or if we want to put it on future work plans, which the action items are more suitable to a work plan. So if we just focus on the mission statement, do we have, I'm sorry, Commissioner Borson, you did make a motion. I don't believe there was a second.
Well, yeah. I'm not really sure what the motion was, but I think that there should be a standalone document which just has the mission statement. And I think you're quite right, Commissioner Gray. This document we're looking at, which is the Housing Commission mission statement and related items, is a historical document, but which includes a mission statement, but it is not the mission statement. So I think there should be a clear, you know, I don't know what to call it, document or something, which is the mission statement, which is separate from this. And this historical document will then be something that can be looked back on as a, you know, something from the past in a way, or historical document. So I would propose a motion that we establish a standalone document which just contains the Section 1 mission statement, and that is our mission statement.
Okay. Yes, Vice Chair Morosco. You're muted.
So I'm sorry, but we were talking about making changes to the mission statement. So,
Yes.
so
Yes.
that would have to be included in the motion?
No, we can make serial motions. You can make it as many motions as you want. But I do take Commissioner Hamilton's point, which seems to be that I apologize for the confusion, but the mission statement does have its own heading, and the item is for us to address the mission statement. So if it's all right with everyone, I'd like to, and if Commissioner Borson, you would like to withdraw your motion for the moment, I would take Commissioner Hamilton's point and say we are only looking at the first paragraph, you know, the first section of this document that says mission statement, and then we can discuss any edits to that 1.5 paragraphs that we want. And then we can make, yeah, okay. Thanks, Commissioner Borson. Recommendations for language changes in the mission statement itself. I would like to point out that I don't think the authority, the establishing authority, is necessary for a mission statement where it says the Housing Commission was established pursuant to blah, blah, blah. That I believe would be in the bylaws, but I believe we could start the mission statement with where it actually says halfway through the first paragraph, the mission of the City of Santa Monica Housing Commission is. How does that sound to you guys to start cutting out the first half of the first paragraph?
I'd certainly concur with that, because from where I sit, that does not have a place in a mission statement. That's just a historic perspective.
Okay. Anybody else thoughts on that? Yes. Oh, okay. So what we're looking at now, which is now much slimmer, is the mission of the City of Santa Monica Housing Commission is to improve the quality of life by supporting and helping to guide the production and preservation of affordable housing. We advise and assist the City Council and city staff on housing policies, programs, and projects while working to enhance the social, economic, cultural vitality and diversity of our community. The Commission encourages the full participation of the community in shaping its future with fairness, social justice, democracy, and valuing the public process, especially resident and stakeholder input in addressing our current and future housing needs. So that's a bit of a mouthful. Any recommendations on? Yes, Vice Chair Morosco.
I believe you and Commissioner Hilton already made the recommendation to switch the wording from to guide the production to guide the preservation and production after that. So switch those two words, production and preservation, preservation first and production second.
Okay, if it's all right with everyone, we can discuss our recommended changes and then make a motion all at once. If we seem to have a general consensus on it, just make a motion including each of these items and we can vote on them all together. How does that sound? Yeah?
Good.
Okay. Okay, so we have exchanging production and preservation. I'd like to see, I was never good with the titles of parts of speech in grammar, but I'd like to see a reference to improve the quality of life of whom? Santa Monica residents? You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Mission is to improve the quality of life of Santa Monica residents?
Yes.
Yeah, I like that.
By supporting and helping to guide the preservation and production of affordable housing. We advise and assist the City Council, that should, I believe, also read, and Housing Authority Board, Santa Monica Housing Authority Board. I'm not sure if we want to include city staff there because that's not really our job. Yes,
Sure.
Gomez.
What you just referenced, the question that I have is, does that reside in Section 2, responsibilities, jurisdiction, and authority?
About supporting and helping guide the production and preservation of affordable housing.
No.
I'm sorry. Advise and assist.
Yeah.
It says housing authority.
Right. I mean, to me, that's
not necessarily mission.
Yeah, I mean, that really is more the mechanics of what we do, which is really responsibilities, jurisdiction, and authority. I would think that that's better. If we retain that, I would offer up that that's better placed in Section 2.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that?
Wait.
Vice Chair Marosco.
So are you saying, I'm sorry, Commissioner Gomez, you're saying take out this entire sentence?
So Vice Chair, I'm suggesting that it get moved or relocated.
Oh, yes, but I mean the whole sentence?
Yeah, to section, it seems to fit better in Section 2, which is labeled responsibilities, jurisdiction, and authority. Because that sentence is, I mean, it's more procedural than being part of the mission statement.
And strictly speaking, going back to the sentence before it, and I'm not sure how you want to address mission versus mandate. But our mandate, at least, is to advise City Council and the Housing Authority Board. We're an advisory body.
Right.
So should that, what do you think about the mission versus mandate? Do you think that is relevant here? Do we want to include that, or are we just talking about the mission of what we would like to do in the course of giving that advice?
Yeah, I mean, I'll try to be as succinct and as clear as I can, but a mission statement should really be what we are doing for our end clients. The people, said differently, the people that we serve. That's what a mission statement should be. And other things that are more procedural in nature in the context of rendering advice to different bodies, that's a means to an end, if you will. And I think those types of things, again, and I won't belabor the point, but again, I think that things like that reside in Section 2.
Okay.
And a mission statement should be very centric in the context of those that we serve.
Okay. Okay, so, and then would you say the same about the commission encourages the full participation as being outside the scope of a mission statement? That last short paragraph?
Well, I mean, I think that fits with the mission statement because it has to do with who we serve, which is the community. And so that to me, that does have a nice fit under the mission statement.
Okay. So summarizing what I hear so far, we would be looking at with the proposed amendments, various suggestions. We would be looking at the mission of the City of Santa Monica Housing Commission is to improve the quality of life of Santa Monica residents by supporting and helping to guide the preservation and production of affordable housing. The commission encourages the full participation of the community in shaping its future with fairness, social justice, democracy, and valuing the public process, especially resident and stakeholder input in addressing our current and future housing needs. Content-wise, is that what we're looking at for what we've narrowed it down to, that we're looking at for final edits on a mission statement? Yes, Commissioner Borison.
Just it's a quibble. By supporting, we start in the first paragraph saying quality of life of residents, and then later on you say residents and stakeholders. And I was just wondering who the stakeholders are aside from the residents, and if that, I just don't know what to make of that.
That doesn't seem like a quibble to me. That doesn't seem like a quibble to me. That seems like a very good point. Yeah, that's a good point. And I also, I feel like some of what's in that last small paragraph can be put back up into the first sentence, because we're talking about improving the quality of life of Santa Monica residents. Because the last paragraph is really a run-on sentence and it's not very clear. So if we're talking about promoting social justice, democracy, you know, that can be part of, I guess it seems to me like that would be part of quality of life, that we want to, you know, improve the quality of life of Santa Monicans, and the fairness with which housing is made available, you know, something like that. And then afterwards, the statement is that we encourage full participation of the community in well, yeah, it's very wordy. Yes, Vice Chair Marasco.
I see what Commissioner Borison is saying. Who are the stakeholders? Who are we when we say especially resident and stakeholder input? Who are stakeholders? Because it's the especially resident and stakeholder input in addressing our current and future housing needs. So I understand what he's saying. You're saying resident here. You don't say and stakeholder, but you don't say that in the first paragraph or second. Yeah, in the first sentence. And yeah, it does beg the question, who are the stakeholders we seek input from?
Yeah, I mean, it would seem like stakeholder in this context would refer to housing builders, yeah, businesses, you know, people with stakes in the construction of housing itself.
Housing providers.
Yeah, so that might
okay. All right, yeah. That makes sense.
Since this is a little unwieldy, why don't we focus first on the first part, the mission, the sentence that actually says the mission of the City of Santa Monica Housing Commission is to improve the quality of life, we said, of Santa Monica residents by. Do we agree with supporting and helping to guide the preservation and production of affordable housing? I mean, do we agree with that sentiment as the primary mission? Or is it?
No, it should be, I'm sorry.
No, please go ahead, Vice Chair Marasco.
I actually think that should be the second part, because I believe the first part is supposed to be we advise and assist city staff on housing policies, programs, and projects. I think that one should be before, that should be, I don't know.
I think you may have dropped out for a moment, Vice Chair Morosco, but Commissioner Gomez was saying that he thought the advise and assist part was outside the scope of a traditional mission statement.
That's right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. For example, improving, yes, Vice Chair Morosco, go ahead.
But you have to mention, because that is part of our mission. So you can't say the mission is specifically for production of affordable housing. That's not correct. The mission is also supporting or advising. I don't know how you say this.
So how about if it was something like the Santa Monica Housing Commission is an advisory body to the City Council and Housing Authority Board, whose mission is to improve the quality of life of Santa Monica residents, and perhaps the working to enhance social, economic, cultural vitality and diversity of our community by something like, reviewing, discussing, and providing recommendations on all issues related to fair and equitable housing in Santa Monica, for example. Would that address that? So our mission is our participation in the conversation rather than guiding production or preservation, that we're focusing on our role as an advisory body. Does that sound like more like what you were talking about?
Well, as I remember Commissioner Hilton explaining it, that the exact wording, some of the exact wording comes directly out of the Health and Safety Code with regard to the role of a housing commission whenever, that's why this state law requires establishment when local legislative bodies. So in the first role, according to how it's worded in the Health and Safety Code, the first role is to advise on and assist on housing policies, programs, and projects. So in other words, Santa Monica Housing Authority or Housing Authority Board. And then secondly would be preservation and production of affordable housing. So that's my understanding.
Okay. So how about this? Because we still have a number of things to discuss. This is, let me just explain my thought process. This is a little premature because we haven't yet discussed the creation of any subcommittees, but I anticipate one of the subcommittees will entail something like housekeeping. So is there a motion to refer this matter to those who will be working on housekeeping items on the work plan to be brought back to the commission as a whole at a future agenda for us to address when perhaps there's a different draft to be weighed in on? Yes, Vice Chair Morosco.
I move.
Okay, is there second?
No, I second.
All right, second by Commissioner Borison. Noah, would you please take a roll call vote? We are voting on if we should refer this subject of revising the Housing Commission mission statement to those who will be focusing on housekeeping issues and document issues for the Housing Commission on the work plan. and bring it back at a later time to the whole body, so we can talk about it in the future on another agenda. And we have first by Vice Chair Marasco, second by Commissioner Borison. Noah, will you please do a roll call vote?
Will do. Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Borison, Commissioner Borison.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Marasco,
Yes.
and Chair Gray.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is 4B, discussion and possible action regarding which housing commissioner or commissioners will take responsibility for each 2022 to 2023 work plan item and the possible creation of Housing Commission ad hoc subcommittee or committees. Are there any public comments on this item? This is 4B, regarding distribution of responsibilities for work plan items. Any public comments? Any public comments?
It looks like everybody's muted. That's on the phone.
Let's see.
To unmute yourself from the phone, you need to press *6.
I'm trying to unmute the guests that I see are muted and I'm not given that option. Are there any public comments? Is there any way, Noah, for you to unmute everyone, all the attendees at once?
It doesn't give me that option, but nobody is barred. Anybody can unmute themselves.
Okay.
So if you are calling in, you need to press *6.
I believe there's also a raise hand function for those of you who are signed in online. Okay, so I'm gonna move on. If anyone's having technical difficulties and would still like to make a comment, they can do so until we're done discussing this item. Okay, so let's finish our work plan by delegating responsibilities. I would like each commissioner to take the lead on at least one and hopefully several work plan items. As I've mentioned previously, taking the lead on the item does not mean you have to tackle it alone, although you may, depending on the item. It means you will direct the work on the item with the assistance of other commissioners if needed. And for larger or more complex work plan sections, I expect forming one or more ad hoc subcommittees will be useful. So why don't we start with the larger items and which subcommittees might be helpful? Any suggestions or recommendations? The attachment, by the way, the work plan, the final work plan is an attachment under this item 4B on the agenda for reference. Okay, how about, it looks to me like item 1.3, evaluating current nonprofit housing providers in Santa Monica, seems like a rather large task. Does that sound like something that you guys think would benefit from a subcommittee? Yes, Vice Chair Roscoe. Oh, you're muted.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, great.
A lot of work.
Okay. Is there a motion to create an ad hoc subcommittee for item 1.3, evaluating current nonprofit housing providers in Santa Monica?
I so move.
Motion by Commissioner Gomez. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Morosco. Let's take a roll call vote. This is a vote on creating an ad hoc subcommittee for item 1.3, A, B, and C, evaluating current nonprofit housing providers in Santa Monica. Noah, would you please take a roll call vote?
Sure. Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hilton,
Abstain.
Commissioner Borson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Morosco,
Yes.
and Chair Gray.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Okay. First subcommittee. And I welcome anybody's suggestion for a succinct name for that subcommittee. Okay, moving on to other larger items on the work plan. In section 2, improving fair and affordable housing in Santa Monica, looking at the 100% affordable housing model, I expect that will probably benefit from a subcommittee for some more extensive discussion before it comes back to the whole body. Are there any comments or thoughts on that?
I think it's worthy of a subcommittee.
Okay, is there a motion to create a subcommittee to address item 2.1, improving fair and affordable housing in Santa Monica, which refers to examining the model of 100% affordable housing? Is there a motion to create that subcommittee?
So moved.
All right, moved by Commissioner Gomez. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Vice Chair Morosco. Noah, will you please take a roll call vote on establishing a subcommittee to improve fair and affordable housing in Santa Monica, referring to item 2.1?
Yes. Commissioner Borson, Commissioner Borson,
Sorry, my sound keeps cutting out. I didn't hear what the motion was for.
it's a motion to create a subcommittee for section 2.1.
Yes.
Commissioner Hilton,
No.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Morosco,
Yes.
and Chair Gray.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Now, the next item that looks like it would benefit from a subcommittee is actually a couple different items. 2.3, which is reduced source of income discrimination in Santa Monica, as well as 3.6, increased property owner participation in housing programs. Seem like they would be a good fit together for a subcommittee regarding landlords. What do you guys think? So it would be a subcommittee dealing with items 2.3 and 3.6. 2.3 is reducing source of income discrimination in Santa Monica. part of the key ways we talked about doing that is by doing outreach to property owners and rental agents, inviting fair housing speakers to address property owners, rental agents, and renters, and then making further recommendations to the city council. And then in a related item, 3.6 is increasing property owner participation in housing programs with the Housing Authority, which would also involve outreach to property owners and rental agents, and exploring possible incentives programs. Yes, Vice Chair Marosco.
So you're saying each of those items would be one subcommittee. It would be 2.3 combined with 3.6.
Yes, it would be. I expect because there's so much overlap there in the parties involved, that it would probably be beneficial for us to have a general landlord outreach or property owner, liaising subcommittee to address those two items that particularly deal with property owners.
That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, there's synergy between the two.
Okay. Any other comments on that? Is there a motion to create a landlord subcommittee? We'll come up with a better name to deal with 2.3 and 3.6 in general. Vice Chair Marosco?
I move.
Moved by Vice Chair Marosco. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Gomez. Noah, will you please take a roll call vote on establishing a subcommittee related to landlord items on the work plan?
Yeah. Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Hilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Borison? Commissioner Borison?
Sorry, I'm having terrible trouble hearing everyone. I'm going to have to call in by phone, but can you repeat the motion?
Sure. This is a motion to establish a landlord subcommittee to deal with items 2.3 and 3.6, which primarily involve property owners and rental agents.
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
I'll abstain.
Vice Chair Marosco?
Yes.
Chair Gray?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Okay, now let's see. The Housing Authority has a lot of things going on in it, and it is an ongoing major area of concern for us. So I move that we establish a Housing Authority subcommittee. Is there a second? Second by Vice Chair Marosco. Any discussion or questions? Noah, will you please take a roll call vote on the establishment of a subcommittee relating to the Santa Monica Housing Authority?
Yes. Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Hilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Borison?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Abstain.
Vice Chair Marosco?
Yes.
And Chair Gray?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Great. The next item, which depending on the number of people interested in spearheading it, it seems like home ownership might be a candidate for a subcommittee. Does anyone have any thoughts on that? And remember, a subcommittee can be 2 people.
Yes, sounds good. Why not?
Okay. Anyone else? Any thoughts on a home ownership subcommittee? Yes, Vice Chair Marosco.
I agree.
Okay, is there a motion to establish a home ownership subcommittee?
I move.
Moved by Commissioner Borison. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Vice Chair Morosco. Noah, will you please take a roll call vote on establishing a home ownership subcommittee?
Yeah, Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hilton,
No.
Commissioner Borison,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Morosco,
Yes.
and Chair Gray.
Yes,
Motion passes.
great.
To
And then the final,
clarify my no vote, this is Commissioner Hilton. The Housing Authority budget is insufficient for home ownership, and specific to the housing element, there's a policy against it. Thank you.
thank you for your clarification, Commissioner Hilton. Could you please elaborate on the conflicting instruction in the housing element?
Yes, it's a specific policy that says that it has the potential to displace renters. And the same would be true for home ownership, housing authority home ownership.
You're saying the housing element says that increasing home ownership would displace renters.
Yes, it does.
Okay, but it doesn't recommend against it. It's just an observation, right?
No, it's a policy against it. I can, when we come to housing element, I can refer to the page number and the policy number.
Okay. That sounds strange to me, but okay. All right, so the last section, Santa Monica Housing Commission. This could possibly benefit from something like a housekeeping subcommittee. Let's see. And this would, by the way, be the subcommittee that I was suggesting we refer the initial review of the mission statement to. Would anyone like to comment on the advisability of a subcommittee for this section?
I'm sorry, Chair, could you please, I was putting together some notes.
No worries. No worries. We're on the last section, section 5, which is the Santa Monica Housing Commission itself.
Right.
And I was asking if anyone thinks it would be a good idea or a bad idea to have something like a housekeeping subcommittee that would address section 5, the items in section 5.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I actually expect to work on a number of these things myself. However, I know that Commissioner Everts has expressed interest in this. She's not with us tonight, but knowing she was going to be absent, I asked her what items she was interested in participating in, and this was one of them. And maybe in the interest of simplicity, I'll move that we create a Housing Commission housekeeping subcommittee for all of section 5. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Vice Chair Morosco. Noah, will you please take a roll call vote on establishing a Housing Commission housekeeping subcommittee?
Yes. Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Borison, Commissioner Borison,
Oh, I think he's trying to answer us. Do you want to give us a thumbs up or thumbs down? Or can you hear us?
Trouble.
Oh, okay. Yes, yes, we can
Can
hear
me
you.
now?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Hamilton,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Marosco,
Yes.
and Chair Gray.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Then in addition to the existing Housing Commission CAB subcommittee comprised of Vice Chair Marosco, Commissioner Hilton, and myself, we will have a subcommittee to review nonprofit housing organizations, a subcommittee looking at the 100% affordable housing model, a landlord subcommittee, a housing authority subcommittee, a home ownership subcommittee, and a housekeeping subcommittee. Now, let's fill up the subcommittees. Why don't we start with the first one first? The subcommittee to address item 1.3, nonprofit housing organizations. Does anyone want to express interest in that? Yes, Vice Chair Marosco.
Oh, I'm interested in being on that subcommittee.
Commissioner Gomez?
I'm interested.
Okay. Commissioner Borison? You too? Okay. I was going to suggest that we do this in the form of a via nominations, just because I wanted to avoid any confusion if there were more than 3 people who were interested in a subcommittee. But if there are only 3 people interested in a subcommittee, I think we can probably forego that because you can have up to 3 people on the subcommittee. So why don't we reserve the nominations, if it's okay with you guys, for if there are 4 or more people interested in any of those subcommittees. Commissioner Hilton or Commissioner Hamilton, are either of you interested in this nonprofit housing organization subcommittee?
I'm not interested in that. I'll say though that the one item that I am interested in, and we haven't gotten into it yet, but I just wanted to let it be known that I am interested in 15A. So when that comes up, that's what I'll participate in. But I won't be joining any subcommittees.
Okay, you said 15. I'm not sure what their
1.5A.
1.5A.
Getting blurry-eyed already.
Okay.
No, wait, sorry. 1.5A. Yep.
Identifying possible government and other funding and resources to expand affordable housing program. Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
Identify possible government and other funding and resources. Just 1.5A, not 1.5B.
Okay. Okay, so in terms of the nonprofit housing organization, it's a little confusing to me because apparently we're not supposed to work by consensus, or we just can't take a consensus vote. Is that right, Noah? Do we have to vote on those 3 people being part of the subcommittee, or is it enough that there were only 3 people interested?
You don't have to vote. If there are more than 3 people, you would just discuss who would be in it and who would not. There's no voting for this. You've already voted for the subcommittee.
Okay. Okay, so the nonprofit subcommittee, which will deal with item 1.3, will be comprised of Vice Chair Marosco, Commissioner Gomez, and Commissioner Borison. Okay, the second one, subcommittee looking at the pros and cons and possible alternatives to 100% affordable housing model. Is there anyone who'd like to express interest in that? Yes, Vice Chair Marosco. Anyone else? I believe Commissioner Everts expressed interest in this. Is there anyone else interested in this subcommittee? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Borson?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Oh.
Yeah.
I'm interested. I'm not quite sure how much effort I can put in if I'm working on the other stuff. So if no one else wants to join, then I could join to round out the numbers and hopefully help.
Okay. Let's see. I was interested in this subcommittee, but I defer to you, Commissioner Borson, if you would like to participate.
If
Oh, you cut out. What's that?
participate. Sorry?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, if no one else wishes to be the third person, I will be the third person.
Okay, I was saying
Yes.
that I'm interested also in that subcommittee.
Oh.
But I'm happy to defer to you, Commissioner Borson.
No, I will defer to you.
Okay. So that 100% affordable housing subcommittee will be comprised of Vice Chair Marosco, Commissioner Everts, and myself. All right, now we're on to the landlord subcommittee, which is dealing with items 2.3 and 3.6. Who is interested in the landlord subcommittee? Commissioner Gomez and Commissioner Borson. Anyone else? Going once, going twice. Sold to Commissioner Gomez and Commissioner Borson, our new landlord committee. Okay, the Housing Authority Subcommittee, which will primarily be dealing with Section 3. Who is interested in participating in the Housing Authority Subcommittee? Vice Chair Marosco. I'm also interested in participating in the Housing Authority Subcommittee. Is there anyone else? All right, then it looks like the Housing Authority Subcommittee will be comprised of Vice Chair Marosco and myself. Now the Home Ownership Subcommittee. Yes, Commissioner Borson. Anyone else interested in the Home Ownership Subcommittee? Commissioner Gomez. Okay, anyone else? Yes, Vice Chair Marosco.
I'm interested. It's just, I don't know how much time I could put into it, but I do know some people that I can maybe give some input from people in the community that have provided some really great ideas. I mean, I don't really know much about affordable homeownership, so maybe I can just be kind of someone who can come in and say, here's some ideas so you guys can mess around with that and take a look at those ideas, maybe. I don't know. Or do I need to say that I'm going to be at every subcommittee meeting?
Well, to be clear, subcommittee meetings, in order to take place, everyone needs to be properly notified about when and where it's taking place, but you only need 2 of 3 people to have a quorum, so you can have a meeting with only 2 commissioners. So if you weren't able to attend every meeting, that would be okay, as long as there were 2 other commissioners who could attend the subcommittee meeting. Yes, Commissioner Borson? You're muted. There you go. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
There, yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
So these subcommittee meetings, are they agendaed, recorded? Does Noah have to be there? Are they public?
That's a great question. No, our entire commission, just like the other boards and commissions, are subject to the Brown Act. And as the Brown Act says that no more than 3 commissioners can discuss business at once or serially. That's where we get the limit of 3 people per subcommittee. We could have larger subcommittees like we did for the work plan, but then they would need to be public and properly agendized. With 3 commissioners or less, they do not need to be public or agendized. They're not recorded. You'll just meet amongst yourselves. You can meet by phone, video, coffee shop, whatever you like, and you just need to have a quorum, which if there are 3 people on the subcommittee, that's 2 people. And if there's 2 people in the subcommittee, obviously you need 2 people. So yeah, so it's much more informal. Yeah. And you know, it'll be up to, you know, your discretion how often you feel like you would benefit from meeting to achieve your objectives. So Vice Chair Marosco, would you like to join the home ownership subcommittee?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So that subcommittee will be comprised of Commissioner Borison, Commissioner Gomez, and Vice Chair Marosco. And finally, we have the housekeeping subcommittee, which I am interested in, and I believe Commissioner Everts is interested in. Is anyone else interested in the housekeeping subcommittee? Dealing with things like our mission statement, clarifying roles of the Housing Commission and staff, all of Section 5, basically. Let's see. Oh, actually, I apologize. I just realized the mission statement is part of Section 5. I just thought we might be able to knock it out today. Okay, so if there's no one else interested in the housekeeping subcommittee, I guess it'll be myself and Commissioner Everts. Thank you, everyone, very much. I think that takes care of allocating a lot of the work on the work plan. So let's go ahead and look at the single items that don't fall under any of those and distribute those. We have facilitating the creation and maintenance of a complete citywide rental inventory. And you can take point on an entire on an entire item like 1.1, or you can just specify that you'd like to do 1.1A, for example. We would just like a shepherd for each of these items. Is there anyone interested in helping? Well, we talked about, is this the one, Commissioner Borison, that you suggested first, determining the Santa Monica area median income?
Whenever I unmute, it takes a few seconds to.
Nope.
Yes, so I will take a look at the AMI since I was the one who suggested it, but I will dig around to find.
Okay, so you'll take 1.1A?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, is there anyone who would like to take on evaluating possible means of conducting a complete rental inventory by AMI? Okay, any orphaned items we can come back to unless they're pressing, in which case we'll make sure they're assigned before we leave tonight. But for right now, I'll add 1.1B to an orphan list. Okay. And then 1.1C is a natural extension of A and B, so that'll come with the preceding information. Okay, so then 1.1, 1.2 is entirely contingent on 1.1, so we don't need to assign that now. 1.3 is taken care of. 1.4, increasing access to existing rental inventory, consists of 2 things in addition to advising the city council of our findings, which is exploring a vacancy tax and discussing short-term rental violations with city code enforcement. I am happy to take the code enforcement 1.4B, unless someone else would like to take it. What about the vacancy tax?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What does it explore vacancy tax? That's a toughie. How to there are lots of people outside of the commission who are looking at this, and it's a very difficult subject. So I definitely am interested, but I don't know if it's something that I alone would be capable of handling. This is a very tricky one. It's a very politically hot sort of issue.
Okay. Keep in mind that I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Keep in mind that taking responsibility for an item does not mean that you need to do it entirely yourself. In this case, as you say, there are a lot of other people who are subject matter experts on vacancy taxes and other groups and individuals who are interested in it. So for a commissioner spearheading this, it might just be a matter of talking to those other people and finding out what efforts are currently underway or what's worked in other cities. You know, it's a preliminary exploration of the tax.
I'm going to hold off for now, but we revisit this maybe the next meeting.
Okay. Okay. All right, 1.5, Commissioner Hamilton, you said you were interested in 1.5A.
That's right.
Okay. And again, keep in mind, if there's anything on here that interests you and you're not the point person, by all means, hook up with the commissioner who is and have a conversation with them because you can participate in any of this. We just can't have more than 3 commissioners discussing or working on any of these items outside of a public meeting. And if it looks like you want to start doing that, then just we can discuss that at a future public meeting and decide how to handle that. Okay, again, the advisement part is really going to be a natural outcropping of the item preceding it, so that doesn't necessarily need to be assigned. We have 2.1 taken care of. 2.2, increased disability access to the Housing Authority and city housing programs and information. And this is via recommending the city council direct staff to hire a dedicated housing ADA coordinator and discussing the website ADA compliance and accessibility with the city's ADA coordinator, risk management, and the Disabilities Commission. Is there anyone interested in taking this on?
Commissioner Hilton, any interest?
Yes, I'll be interested.
Wonderful. Okay, so this is item 2.2. Let's see, A and B. For A, I believe that we've already agreed that we'd like to make that recommendation, so that might just come in the form of drafting a letter saying so. But 2.2 A and B, and then B is discussing the Housing Authority and city housing websites, ADA compliance and accessibility with the ADA coordinator for the city, risk management, and the Disabilities Commission, and that will be Commissioner Hilton. Thank you, Commissioner Hilton. Okay, so moving on, we have 2.3 covered. 2.4, improve fair housing programming in Santa Monica. Identify possible government and other funding and resources. Is anyone interested in looking at this? Yes, Vice Chair Maraska. You're interested? Okay. So that's 2.4A. 3.1, well, the Housing Authority in its entirety is pretty much taken care of by the subcommittee. I'm trying to see if anything should be pulled out at all. And we already have 3.6 pulled out to the landlord subcommittee. Okay, yeah, I think the rest of that is self-contained. Home ownership also self-contained with that subcommittee. And then the Housing Commission has its own housekeeping subcommittee. However, I would like to encourage all of you, I think it's under here, 5.2D, proactively engage with other city boards and commissions. I would like to ask all of you to find some other board or commission or more than one that interests you, and attend one of their virtual meetings or reach out to one of the members and talk to them about where our interests might intersect between the Housing Commission and their board and commissions. And we can come back to that also another time. So I think that covers everything for item 4B. I will update the work plan with these assignments and work with Noah to link the document to the Housing Commission webpage as soon as possible. Okay, moving on to item 5, administrative items. 5A reads discussion and possible action regarding advising City Council / the Housing Authority Board to direct the Housing Authority staff to 1, change the Housing Choice Voucher payment standard basis from an exception to the fair market rate to the small area fair market rate with some corrections, and 2, increase HCV payment standards to reflect current market rents. There are a number of attachments to this item. And before we open the floor to public comments, I'd just like to go over some basic terminology because I know this is a dense subject. To begin with, a payment standard is the maximum monthly assistance payment for a family assisted by the voucher program before deducting the tenant's payment by the family. So for example, if the payment standard is $1,000 and somebody and the rent is $1,100 of the unit that's in question, $1,000 would be the maximum assistance available to give to the voucher holder in question. HUD says that payment standards should be high enough to allow families a reasonable selection of decent, safe, and sanitary housing in a range of neighborhoods in the Housing Authority's jurisdiction, which for us is the city of Santa Monica. And to meet that objective and to support families wishing to move to areas with lower concentrations of low income and minority households, a housing authority may establish higher payment standard schedules for certain areas within its jurisdiction so that program families can rent units in more desirable areas. So that is the payment standard. Fair market rents. This is defined in CFR 24888.113. For those who are interested, fair market rents are estimates of the 40th percentile gross rents for standard quality units within a metropolitan or non-metropolitan county area. in this case, I believe it's the Glendale, Los Angeles, Long Beach metro area. It's like it's a greater metro area for our region. So that's fair market rents, and that's an estimate of the 40th percentile gross rents across this entire area. A payment standard exception is something that HUD allows if the payment standard based on that fair market rent for that large metro area, if that's not really applicable or sufficient for a particular area that might be higher cost within that large area, HUD allows exceptions to be made. And our current payment standard in Santa Monica is based on that large metro area FMR with an exception because it's so expensive in Santa Monica. Small area fair market rent is the same as the regular FMR, but it's set for each zip code individually instead of one for the entire metro area. So it's much more granular. And then what we mean by corrections in this item is that the chart for the small area fair market rate, which is issued by HUD periodically, it's one of the attachments. And if you look at it, the small area FMRs for the zip codes that correspond with PICO tend to be lower than it seems actual fair market rates are in those neighborhoods. And I think the last time I checked, because this data is sifted and compiled by HUD and other divisions of the federal government, they base it on the data that they have. But they do admit that it's possible that they make a mistake sometimes, especially if the data that they're basing it on is a small set. And in this case, I believe the last time I checked, it said that the zip codes that looked so low to me for PICO was based on something like 4 listings, which is really, really low. So when the item says that we'd like them to look into corrections, it would be staff investigating what the small area fair market rate should be closer to and asking HUD to reconsider based on a larger data set. Okay, so are there any public comments on this item about fair market rates and payment standards? 5A. Any public comments? I see Anonymous has their hand raised.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, Housing Commission. At the risk of retaliation, I am speaking about the Santa Monica Housing Authority's actions that, in contrast to helping voucher holders stay housed permanently, risk placing voucher holders on a path to being priced out of their housing and consequently spurring them to homelessness. Moreover, I have consulted with lawyers regarding this vexing matter, and we believe that the Housing Authority is conducting itself unlawfully. One lawyer referred to these actions as, quote unquote, scandalous. Subsequent to my having moved into my current housing 3 years ago, the Housing Authority has unilaterally raised my rent 3 times without my landlord having requested any rent increases. My landlord has told me that my rent is not increased at any time. However, each of the 3 Housing Authority documents that I have received over the last 3 years at the time of each of my 3 voucher recertifications displays a rent increase. On my behalf, a lawyer asked my Housing Authority housing specialist for an explanation of why the Housing Authority had raised my rent, even though my landlord had not requested a rent increase. After the lawyer relayed to me the unsatisfactory reply, I telephoned the same housing specialist and received the same unsatisfactory reply. Then I wrote to the same housing specialist and yet again received the same unsatisfactory short reply as follows. Quote, I didn't process your recert, but in review of your file, your tenant portion increased and will continue to every year because your current contract rent is over the payment standard. Your tenant portion increase effective 10/1/20. End quote.
Guest, I hear that you're it sounds like you're experiencing difficulties with the housing authority taking the initiative to raise your rent, which I believe is normally in the exclusive domain of a landlord. However, we're discussing payment standards and fair market rates. Did you want to make any comments specifically about the current payment standards or increasing it? Vice Chair Roscoe, did you want to say something?
I would ask that we allow this comment. I think he tried to get into general public comment, and it sounds like he's moving in that direction. He's talking about how people are going to be priced out, and we're talking about the payment standard, which if it's not raised, tenants, housing choice voucher or subsidized tenants will be priced out. So I would ask that we allow this comment.
Okay, sure. If there are no other objections, guest, please go ahead.
The Housing Authority housing specialist's reply is unsatisfactory because it cites as the explanation for the rent increase my quote current contract rent unquote exceeding the payment standard while being silent regarding two elephants in the room. One elephant is the mystery of how my current contract rent came to exceed the $1,930 payment standard in the first place, given that the lease that I signed displays a $1,930 contract rent that equals and thus does not exceed the $1,930 payment standard. The second elephant is the associated and provocative reality that the Housing Authority's unilateral imposition of a rent increase without landlord input is what placed my rent above the $1,930 payment standard in the first place, and thus directly caused my rent to exceed the $1,930 payment standard. The housing specialist's reply is additionally unsatisfactory because it is silent as to the Housing Authority's supposed authority to unilaterally raise rents without landlord input. And it is unsatisfactory because of its silence as to not only the Housing Authority's purported authority to unilaterally institute merely a single rent increase, as troubling as that is per se, but also its silence regarding the Housing Authority's alleged authority to assert annual rent increases infinitely far into the future and year after year after year without end. The reference to annual rent increases is especially problematic in the context of a building that in practice has grandfathered its tenants at whatever rent amount that was in effect when the tenants first took up residence. Exceedingly troubling is the Housing Authority's having set at $2,109 during mid-September 2022 my latest current contract rent. $2,109 exceeds my landlord's $2,100 market rent. Given that the market rent is the maximum conceivable rent, the current contract rent should under no circumstances exceed the market rent. This is especially so in a building that grandfathers tenants at the tenant's original rent. In this context, the Housing Authority appears to be non-compliant with its own administrative plan's directive to consult with landlords when setting rents, and instead appears to be setting rents arbitrarily. This all brings up the question, how many other voucher holders are receiving these apparently illegal rent increases? I have been informed that there are many others. Something must be done immediately to address this issue.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item? This is 5A, dealing with fair market rents, small area fair market rents, and payment standards. Any other public comments? Would any of the guests like to humor me and unmute themselves so I can at least know that it's possible for us to hear you? I'm concerned that there are technical difficulties preventing us from hearing if anyone has a comment. Danny C., were you saying something?
Well, not really, but I mean, it's in regards to what the gentleman was saying. I received no increase that I know of from my landlord. I understand we need to be given notice. And yet they're planning to increase mine and they're paying so little for it. And it just seems like, you know, in the next couple of years, they're going to end up paying zero. And I'm taking so much garbage from the owner and the on-site property manager that it just doesn't make sense. I mean, I don't understand it. You know, there's no increase, and by the time we get this fabulous increase from Social Security between food and the rent, I'll end up with zero. So I don't get it. You know, they're literally paying more for me, which is really low, and yet they're just chiseling away at it. And the excuse is, oh, we need to give to others. Well, you know what? I'm not Jesus Christ, and I'm kind of tired of it. And I've heard that from the city for a long time. And we get so little and we wait so long for it, and we go through so much crap with the housing authority to get anything that I'm sick of it. It just needs to get more honest and, you know, less prison-like. And that's my comment.
Thank you very much. Are there any other public comments on this item, 5A? Regarding the last two comments, because it sounds like this is a larger concern for other people, I just wanted to draw your attention to item 8 on the Housing Commission agenda, which is written communication. That item is expressly for us reviewing written communication by the public. And so if one or more of you are concerned about this issue and you'd like, you can submit an email to us and just note that you'd like it submitted under item 8. And it's possible that we can review it at a future meeting. And if there's significant enough interest in that item, it's also possible that we could encourage someone from LAFLA to come in and speak to some of those concerns. So I just wanted to say that. With that, let's move on with item 5A. Are there any comments? Yes, Vice Chair Morosco. I'm sorry, you're muted.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, that was it. I was asking if any commissioners would like to comment.
Yes, I like recognition, Commissioner Hilton.
Please.
The City of LA Housing Authority doesn't request rent increases. The Santa Monica Housing Authority does each year. In some cases, it may be $20 to $40 rent increase per year, and it's initiated by the Housing Authority. Now, specific to this discussion and possible action item 5A, I have an important, or what I think is an important question.
Please.
There's approximately 116 pages of attachments. Is there port out data specific to housing burden? This is when our current voucher payment can't pay the Santa Monica rent. In other words, how many housing authority clients are leaving Santa Monica because of the payment amount? Do we have that data, and is it included among the 116 pages?
I'm going to defer to Vice Chair Morosco on that. Do you have an answer?
I'm not exactly sure what source you're asking, if that has been where that source would be, who keeps track of that. There is a document in here that I'm not exactly sure which one it is. I think it is the I can't say which document it is in here, but it does state how many people between 2016 and 2019 have left the city of Santa Monica. I don't know of any other information or database, or who would be keeping track of how many, people at what income level? Is that what you're asking? If it's people you're asking if there's data that includes how many low income people have left the city because they can't afford to live here anymore, or is that what you're asking?
Well, the housing authority keeps data on port outs, and there's different reasons for people leaving with their voucher. For example, emergency housing vouchers, and we have about 102 funding, that allows immediate port outs. But regarding this subject matter about increasing the voucher payment, what's critical to the discussion tonight is how many voucher clients are leaving because the payment is insufficient for the rent in Santa Monica. And my concern is we're having a discussion, possible vote, and we're sending commission to council to suggest a significant change, and we don't have that critical information as part of the 116 pages of attachments.
Vice Chair Marasco?
In response to that, I don't think how many people have poured it out because it's too expensive is the issue. The issue is people are staying where they're at. And some of them are paying more than 50% of their income, as you just heard this caller who states that he is now paying over his voucher amount. I can't do the math in my head, but his voucher amount's $19.30, and now his rent has been raised to $21.09, which he's paying out of pocket whatever that extra amount is over the $19.30. And even if these people decide the rent is too expensive and they want to move, they're stuck because there are few units available at that $19.30 amount. And there's actually data on that in these documents that were attached, showing what the rental market trends have been. There's been a 37% increase in rents in Santa Monica since 2016, which is when the payment standard was increased. Many other jurisdictions are increasing their payment standard, to include LA has increased its payment standard and is just below the payment standard in Santa Monica, using, for example, 2-bedroom. And I'm under the understanding they're about to get another increase, which would put them over the current payment standard in Santa Monica. Essentially, this is based upon the fact that new people coming in, you're talking about the 102 vouchers, how many units are actually going to be available at that payment standard. And also, it's not only that, it's continuing to segregate people into the low income or lower opportunity neighborhoods. By looking to small area FMR, it increases the payment standard by the zip code, allowing people to have greater choices within the city of where to live. And I'm not even sure why this seems to be such a Commissioner Hilton, you have spoken against this many, many times, and I'm not really understanding your argument against it.
Okay, Commissioner Borison?
Yes. I'm not all that familiar with housing vouchers. So the housing, the rent amount, the $19.30, does not adjust automatically for inflation. I take it that's the case. Somebody has to go and say, I want an increase, and nobody's doing that. But they could do that if they wanted to. It's just that nobody's doing that. So the question is, why is nobody in City Hall, even without the small area, just the general Santa Monica area is not being increased by City Hall, by the Housing Authority. So the question is, why is no one in the Housing Authority asking for that increase when it sounds like people in LA are doing it and are able to do it? So it's more a question of the will and the energy and the ability of the Housing Authority to want to do this when there's clearly a need.
Yes, Vice Chair Maresca. You're muted.
Also, the either payment standard exception increase or looking to small area FMR was supported by Legal Aid Santa Monica Supervising Attorney Denise McGranahan in the September 13th City Council meeting.
I'm going to go ahead and if there are no other immediate comments, I actually invited LAFLA attorney Denise McGranahan to join us for this particular item because she has experience with the subject and also works with a lot of voucher holders, and so she has firsthand experience with the impact of the current payment standards on those voucher holders. She wasn't able to join us. However, just before the meeting, she sent me an email with her comments on that. And if there are no objections, I'd like to go ahead and read that to you. And Noah, if you could please pull that up now so people can see the charts that she included in the email. Thank you so much. Hold on one sec. A lot of windows, hold on. Okay. All right, so this is from Denise McGranahan, who works for the Los Angeles, I'm sorry, Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles, Santa Monica office. She says, "Dear Commissioner Gray and fellow housing commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to address the commission and provide input on the very important question of the Santa Monica Housing Authority's payment standards. I am sorry that I cannot attend tonight. Here are our thoughts on the agenda item. LAFLA is very interested in exploring payment standard increases and possibly the small area FMR program. Payment standards in Santa Monica as compared to the LA County / Long Beach fair market rents have significantly eroded since 2016 when it was at 160% of fair market rents. Note that the FMR is the amount of money that would cover gross rent and utility expenses on 40% of the rental housing units in Los Angeles County. See below." And she has a payment standard chart comparing the fiscal year 2023 FMR for all of Los Angeles County, those specifically for the Santa Monica Housing Authority, and then the Santa Monica Housing Authorities as a current percentage of the Los Angeles FMR. And across the board for 0 to 4 bedrooms, it's fairly comparable. It's between 99 and 119% of LA's numbers. She says, "It is important to understand that fair market rents have historically been too low when market rents in an area have risen rapidly. This is because none of the federal data sources HUD used to set FMRs provides recent data on newly rented units, which is crucial to accurately measure sharp rent increase. The ACS, or American Community Survey, is only released annually and is out of date. By the time HUD sets the FMRs, rents are already higher. This has especially been a problem in the past 2 years as rents surged across the country, especially in Los Angeles County and in Santa Monica. HUD is now using a new policy to set FMRs just for 2023 using private data sources such as Zillow and Apartment List to supplement the public data." And she references an article entitled "HUD Publishes Fiscal Year 2023 Fair Market Rents," and there's a link to the HUD page. She says the Santa Monica Housing Authority is required to raise its payment standards to fall between 90 and 110% of the new FMRs by January 1st, 2023, but they're allowed to do so as soon as October 1st, 2022. Thus, the Santa Monica Housing Authority could go up to 110%, and that does not need to meet HUD approval. So that means on the 0-bedroom payment standard, the Santa Monica Housing Authority could increase the 0-bedroom unit payment standard to $1,684 and increase the 4-bedroom unit standard up to $3,487. But that does not address the 1 to 3-bedroom payment standards, which remain too low. Normally between 110 and 120%, HUD field office approval is required, but HUD issued a notice on September 26, 2022, extending its December 2021 notice, allowing housing authorities who request approval from HUD to increase their payment standards up to 120% of either the FMR or small area FMR through December 23rd of 2023. See notice PIH 2022-30. Should the Santa Monica Housing Authority wish to do this, there's a streamlined process. If the Santa Monica Housing Authority payment standards were at 120% of FMRs, they would look like this. It would be $1,841 for a studio 0-bedroom, $2,096 for 1-bedroom, $2,666 for a 2-bedroom, $3,466 for a 3-bedroom, and $3,804 for a 4-bedroom. She says HUD is now also allowing housing authorities to use administrative funds, quote, to help voucher holders pay for security deposits and for incentive payments to landlords who rent to voucher holders, both steps that could make vouchers significantly easier to use. She cites PIH notice 2022-18 from June 13th, 2022. Small area FMR. Another option is for the housing authority, the Santa Monica Housing Authority, to go to a small area fair market rent methodology called SAFMR. This would increase rents for each zip code, except where highlighted below, affecting most seriously the Pico neighborhood. However, agencies in any metropolitan area who go into the small area FMR program have the option to set payment standards up to 110% of the small area FMR in any or all of the zip codes they serve, which can both make vouchers easier to use and substantially broaden housing choice. The only action HUD requires an agency to take to use this option is to notify HUD by email that it is doing so, and as with exception payment standards, with field office approval, housing authorities can go up to 120% through December 2023. So to address concerns about the 90404 and 90405 zip codes, the Santa Monica Housing Authority could use the small area FMR schedule and increase the highlighted zip codes up to 110% of FMR without HUD approval, which, as a side note for me, would help address what we were saying are the small area FMRs that needed corrections because they were too low. Denise is pointing out that there's a means for them to correct some of that on their own, the Santa Monica Housing Authority. She says, can the Santa Monica Housing Authority afford to do this? LAFLA understands that although an exception payment standard increase or switching to the small area FMR would benefit voucher holders by allowing them access to more units, would reduce rent burden on existing tenancies who would receive the increase at recertification, would affirmatively further fair housing, reduce homelessness, and increase voucher utilization rates. We want to give the Housing Authority an opportunity to study this issue. We do not want to lose vouchers or have the Housing Authority terminate any participants from the program for financial reasons. It may be true that the impact of the change in costs would be gradual, quote, since only a small percentage of vouchers turn over to new households each year and payment standard increases will have no immediate impact on the large share of voucher holders, about 2/3 according to HUD data, with rents at or below the current payment standard, end quote. She says, see new HUD fair market rent policy can help local agencies reduce homelessness and expand housing choice, updated October 3rd, 2022. With a link. Also, we are hopeful that HUD will incorporate the new FMR into the inflation factors it uses to set voucher funding levels, so agencies may be eligible for additional funding to cover the cost of using much higher payment standards. standards that accurately reflect market rents. I also understand that HUD is providing technical assistance to the Santa Monica Housing Authority so that they can study how best to make their payment standards competitive to achieve the goals outlined above. Sincerely, Denise McGranahan, Senior Staff Attorney, LAWFLA, Santa Monica office. So thank you very much to Denise for sending that to us. I appreciate your input. Going back to our discussion, any other questions or comments by commissioners?
Well, I have concerns on Commissioner Hilton, the way the agenda is worded. And here's why. It doesn't allow as an alternative to review housing burden data to evaluate the current exception standard based on that data, and then consider an increase to our current exception payment. It limits the discussion and possible action only to changing the current exception standard to the small area FMR. And another point I'll make, and it's a format, is that this was placed under administration as an administration item 5, and item 5 are administrative items is city or housing division policies and includes city reports. For example, 5B, which follows the housing element, is the state law. There's requirements imposed on the City of Santa Monica, and the Housing Commission acts in an advisory role. I think that this item would have been better suited under item 3 study session or item 4 continued items. But what concerns me is that it limits the discussion to only changing the payment to the small area FMR. And my point is that the option to retain the same voucher payment exception standard or to increase the exception standard is omitted.
Thank you, Commissioner Hilton, for your comments. Let me address both of them. First of all, I believe, the way that this item is framed is for a reason. Continuing with the regular Metro FMR with an exception results in irreconcilable discrimination against people with disabilities who need to request exceptions to the payment standard as reasonable accommodations, which is something I'm happy to talk about in a bit. In terms of the wording of the item, I think that because we're discussing this concept and possibly acting on it, I think the discussion can easily include an amendment to what's written or a different recommendation without working outside the bounds of this item. In terms of its inclusion in administrative items, this is a larger issue. It'll come under housekeeping. And I originally had it on the agenda for tonight, but decided to table it and address it with the subcommittee first. The board and commission agenda templates, which are set by the city, are based on city council agendas. And the city council serves a very different role than the advisory bodies of the board, the advisory boards and commissions in the city. Their agenda template has a lot in it that is not relevant to us and is also insufficient for the things that we tend to do regularly. I've raised this issue with staff and I've been informed that because this is city policy, I believe it's in resolution 13377, the agenda templates. In order to make any changes to the template, we would actually have to request the city council to make an amendment to that resolution, which I hope to do eventually. But in the meantime, the only way that we can move anything around to work with the existing template is with agenda management on a meeting by meeting basis. That being said, we have a number of work plan items that we're going to be working on at all of our meetings for the rest of the programming year. And there was no appropriate section for either new business or work plan items outside of the consent calendar, which wasn't really appropriate for this. And so I consulted with the clerk's office and the city attorney's office. And the fact that they had to confer it all, I think, is a good indication that the agenda doesn't suit our needs. But the solution they came up with was recommending that this be put under administrative items. And so that's why it's there. Any more comments or discussion about this? Yes.
Well, there was reference earlier by one of the commissioners about whether or not the current payment pays the rent. And what I wanted to point out, the majority of our voucher participants reside in a deed restricted unit. So there's actually 2 layers of affordability. So in other words, the rent for a 1-bedroom may be $900, and the current voucher is $1,930. Unnecessary increases across the board to all program participants could have adverse budget implications. We don't know. But it could also add to displacement and discrimination. Now, the letter from LAPLA says that everybody gets the increase. But if you've got a restricted rent that's grossly less, the increase isn't going to benefit you. But the increase would especially affect Port Inns. In other words, Port Inn to Santa Monica residents would benefit the most. And a property owner may decide to replace an existing Section 8 tenant with a Port Inn tenant whose small area or FMR increase voucher pays $1,000 perhaps or more per month. So it has other effects, and some of these effects are adverse to either the program budget or the current residents under the housing authority.
Vice Chair Marasco? Mute.
In response to that, deed restricted units receive rent increases, just like rent controlled units receive rent increases. And many of those deed restricted units that don't already have a housing choice voucher or subsidized tenant in them are getting 9.7% increases this year, according to the CPI. I know people who actually have moved because they weren't subsidized, and the 9.7 increase turned their studio, 300 square foot studio apartment into a $2,200 a month rental and was no longer affordable. And I think that is part of the reason why we have it on the work plan to be looking at the AMI and what the rents are in the affordable units, because my feeling is, you may be talking about the 100% affordable buildings, but when it comes to straight deed restricted units, the rents are going to continue to go up. That people are still going to get rent increases. And again, as Commissioner Borison points out, there is no, there should be regular increases according to, what we're dealing with in the economy. we should be keeping up with those standards, and we're not doing that. We haven't changed the payment standard since 2016. Again, the rents have increased more than 37% overall in the city, and there are only 46% now rent controlled units that are still that are under market rate. So you have much less rent controlled units now. And I get your concern, but I don't think those issues are, I mean, not to say that they're not legitimate, but I feel like just to look at this, to say we shouldn't even look at this is crazy to me. We must look at this, and honestly, you're hearing it from LAFLA, who provided all the source material, and I think that they are on point in their suggestion. So that's my final comment.
I'd just like to check in. Commissioner Hamilton, are you still with us? Noah, just a reminder that in keeping track of attendance, it includes people arriving late and leaving early, which contributes to whether someone is considered present or not, considering or depending on the amount of time that they're in the meeting, which would also make it important to keep track of when people, I guess, withdraw from the conversation, which it looks like perhaps Commissioner Hamilton has done. Are there any other comments or discussion?
I have a final comment, Commissioner Hilton. The affordable units in AHPP and 100% project housing, the majority of tenants in those affordable units, whether it's a lesser number of affordable units in the case of inclusionary, or whether it's all the units in the case of 100% affordable housing, the far majority, because there's even restrictions in the case of 100% affordable housing, don't benefit from the voucher. So they don't have the voucher payment. And this item 5A, discussion and possible action, is about our housing authority program participants. So the reference about the affordable tenant was a tenant who's getting increases, and they don't have the voucher assistance.
Yes, Vice Chair Marasco, and then Commissioner Borison.
I live in a deed restricted unit. I'm also a housing choice voucher program participant, and next year I will get another rent increase, as I've been getting every year. That will take me over the payment standard.
Commissioner Borison. Oh, I'm sorry, you're muted.
There are several different types of housing we're talking about. There's market rate unrestricted, there's deed restricted inclusionary units. There are deed restricted 100% affordable building units. There are rent control units, and they all work in different ways. The rents are increased in different ways in all the units. And there are we're talking about many different things that work in different ways. And I think there is some confusion, and people are talking slightly cross purposes about how certain units are affected by inflation, how certain units are, not affected so much by inflation. And I don't really understand all of the moving parts and all of these various housing types. And so is there any way to summarize, for example, there's an example, tenant A is earning this much. Just try and take a typical example of each of the different types of housing and say how they're affected by inflation, how they're affected by different voucher standards, and so on. I think there is some confusion about people are talking about different things, and I'm not quite sure myself about what how the various housing solutions are affected by inflation and voucher amounts. But also, I do think that people who are currently receiving vouchers cannot be evicted just to put in new voucher holders who have a higher standard. I don't think that's permissible in general.
Okay, a couple things. A reminder that the FMR is based on a 40th percentile, which is not the majority of units. It's not even 50% of the average area rent. So that's to start. So we're already talking about, you know, a kind of artificially low amount to begin with. And I'd also like to say in response to Commissioner Hilton's comment about affordable housing that I'd like to remind you that what falls under the legal term affordable includes up to 100% of the area AMI. So people in quote unquote affordable housing could be making $90,000 a year. So affordable is not necessarily affordable to the people who need it most, that are at 50% AMI and lower. Having said that, I have some other comments that I'd like to make about this item. I just wanted to wait for everyone else to say their piece first. I'd like to say that the Metro FMR is an inaccurate basis for the payment standards in a city with much higher market rents than the larger metro area average. We are among the most expensive areas in all of Los Angeles County, and using the metro area FMR for Los Angeles County, including Long Beach, and I believe it includes Glendale also, means that we're already starting out with a skewed standard. It doesn't correlate to Santa Monica. Yes, Commissioner Borson.
I would like to offer one comment. Looking at fair market rents, I think it's a toughie in Santa Monica because you do have a large number of deed-restricted units, and those rents are lower. So if they're factored into the equation, that would bring down the average rents in the city. So it depends which units you're including in that calculation.
The units included, let me pull this back up. The units included are the 40th percentile gross rents for standard quality units within a metropolitan area or non-metropolitan county. In this case, the larger LA Long Beach metro area. So I don't have an exact answer on that.
Yeah, I was just thinking that Santa Monica does have a much higher percentage of deed-restricted units than other cities, and they may pull down the average rents. I mean, if you're just looking at fair market, if you're looking at market rents, like what is the advertised market rents that you see on apartment.com, that is not the same as what the average person is paying in Santa Monica. If you include there are quite a few, it has a very high percentage of affordable units in the city, and that will skew average rent amounts and away from what you would think is the typical rental amount in the city.
We were originally scheduled to have a presentation on some of the finer points that would cover some of your questions, Commissioner Borson, by Mark Verville. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to join us. But we didn't table this item because we're working to a deadline. The Santa Monica Housing Authority has to make their requests to switch or to increase their payment standards by January, which doesn't give us, and it takes them, they need quite a bit of lead time in order to look at all the data surrounding this. And so we wanted to discuss it as soon as we could so we could pass on our advice as soon as possible, knowing that they would have to dive into the data regardless of what we recommended. I also wanted to say that continuing to bridge the discrepancy between the Metro FMR and Santa Monica rents with an exception from HUD gives an artificial and inappropriately low baseline that contributes to unfair housing practices, which is what I alluded to before when I was responding to Commissioner Hilton. Accessible housing is difficult to find, especially in Santa Monica. And where it does exist, it tends to be more expensive than average. That's true across the country. As HUD puts a percentage cap on the amount that a payment standard may be increased as a reasonable accommodation of a disability, based on the underlying FMR, disabled Santa Monicans are artificially and inappropriately limited to payment standards that don't match local rents, and therefore are unlikely to be able to use HUD vouchers to secure accessible housing. I know that is a finer point, but I think for the small group that it applies to, it's significant enough on its own to be reason enough that the basis of the payment standard is changed from a metro area FMR with an exception to a small area FMR. To make it simple, I believe that when you ask for a reasonable, an increase in the payment standard as a reasonable accommodation to secure housing that's accessible, which they do tend to be more expensive, especially in Santa Monica, where there are stairs everywhere, that the local housing authority can approve an increase up to 120% of the base FMR. And if that's not enough, you can ask for the local field office to make an approval up to 140%. However, as Denise McGranahan mentioned in her email, in 2016, our exception was already 160% of the local fair market rate, which means that there is no way to increase the payment standard for someone who's disabled and needs a higher payment standard to get an accessible building, if that makes sense. It was already at 160% of the FMR because our rents are so much higher than the metro area. The maximum that you're allowed to ask for as an exception to the payment standard is 140% FMR. So by definition, in Santa Monica, only because of the basis that we use for our payment standards, even if we manage to make the numbers work out, the fact that we're using that inappropriate basis means that disabled Santa Monicans are less likely to be able to participate in HUD programs and use vouchers to get accessible housing. Does that make sense? I know it's a niche issue, but it's serious to those that it impacts. The other thing I wanted to mention is that city staff have argued that raising the payment standard, and Commissioner Hilton mentioned this too, that raising the payment standard will reduce the total number of vouchers in Santa Monica. And I have several replies to that. First, it's disingenuous considering that they don't issue all the vouchers that they currently have. Second, they're assuming we're talking about a finite number of vouchers, which we're not. The federal government has increased HUD spending, I believe at a record, making more vouchers available. Vice Chair Marasco can probably confirm this for me, but didn't I just read that there was something like 19,000 new vouchers that were just released by the federal government in excess of existing vouchers?
That's correct. And actually, Santa Monica didn't get very many of those. I can't remember what the number was. I think it was like 13 vouchers, new vouchers for, funding for 13 more vouchers, but this is across the board, across the nation, 19,000 more vouchers. And they're pouring more money into also, I believe that there's going to be an increase in their administrative budget. So there's just going to be more money across the board, and I believe there is a way to increase the budget to try to alleviate the problem of reducing the number of vouchers. But again, as Chair Gray has pointed out, they're not even utilizing all of the vouchers. So, and they haven't been for some period of time, is my understanding. I can't confirm that. It's just information that I've gotten over the years that they have not been using all of the vouchers.
Commissioner Gomez?
Yeah, look, I think my comments may be a bit controversial, but I will say this. The city has been infatuated with three things over the years: build affordable housing, build affordable housing, and build affordable housing. In the process, and by the way, building housing that I highly question whether or not Santa Monica residents are benefiting from. First and foremost, our obligation is to our residents. And we can talk about, obviously, what the federal government affords in the context of vouchers, but at the end of the day, as opposed to spending an exorbitant amount of money on construction, money should be diverted from the city to voucher programs, to augment, to supplement, and in some cases replace what the federal government is doing, because we have the resources to do that. And let's not talk hypotheticals here. I will give you a real life example. In a building that that I have, the Section 8 payment is $2,300 a month. The market rate is $3,500 a month. You can do the math. What the city is paying is a third less than market rate. So that poses some very significant issues in the context of this particular tenant. They have nowhere else to go. Where are they going to go? Point number one. Point number two, in the event that they did leave, what incentive is there for a housing provider, for example, to re-sign up for that particular program when they were getting essentially a third less? I mean, everybody is losing in this particular scenario because we have been drunk on building as opposed to looking at things in the context of a more diverse portfolio, and more specifically, leading with vouchers. And that's why we're in the predicament that we're in. Let's just call this what it is. Again, this view may be a bit controversial, but you have people that are drunk on building affordable housing and neglecting vouchers, which is arguably one of the more viable, if not the most viable program we have to provide affordable housing. So anyway.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gomez. Vice Chair Marasco, and then I'll take the comment from Danny C., the public comment. Go ahead, Vice Chair Marasco.
I 1000% agree with Commissioner Gomez.
Danny C.?
I 2000% agree with Commissioner Gomez. And I just wanted to say that with all the money they're saving with giving landlords more, which, you know, they wait and hope they're going to get more and they don't, there should be no increases whatsoever you know, to anyone that are absorbed by the tenant when the landlord's not even raising the rents. They have all that slush money. In the case of my building, you're looking at a lot of money that's not being handed out, over $1,200. So why they just rush immediately to raise it on the tenant when the landlord hasn't asked for it is crazy. And I think that should be looked at. It's like, what's going on with this? I also guess I don't understand at all why they don't just use a great deal of money, or the feds, we don't go after them to fund programs like POD, which are great, and keep people in their units. And that's about it. I think POD's a great program, and programs like that, you know, that with POD, the landlords don't get any more. I think somehow something's got to give on both sides. You can't just keep saying to the landlords, you know, the hell with you. You've got to make it so that they want to come to the table more. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. I wanted to add a few more points. And this is still in response to the idea that this will reduce the total number of vouchers. Increasing the payment standard will reduce the total number of vouchers in Santa Monica. The housing, a voucher with a payment standard below Santa Monica's market rents isn't worth the paper it's printed on. Vouchers expire, and if you can't find an apartment to rent for less than the payment standard amount, you lose the voucher. There's a limited amount of time you have in order to use your voucher, or else you lose it. And it goes to the next person. But if the reason you couldn't use your voucher is because you could not find any apartment within the payment standard, then why will that be any different for the next person and the next person and the next person on the list who keep inheriting this unusable voucher? So my point is, what good are higher numbers of vouchers that can't be used? And as I've said before, using their logic, you could lower the payment standard to $100 and increase the number of vouchers more than tenfold. But again, what good are thousands of vouchers that are each worth $100 and can't be used at all for housing? Yes, Vice Chair Morosco.
Last comment, as far as rent burden is concerned for people with vouchers, a lot of people moved into their units after 2016, and the rent was negotiated to just $100 under the payment standard. So $1930 for 1 bedroom, $2640 for 2 bedroom. And again, those people have been getting since 2016 steady rent increases every year, and now they're becoming rent burden. And each year that goes by, they're even more rent burden. Again, exactly what you're saying. Where do they go? They're stuck. There's nowhere they could go. To even try to port out to another city is dangerous right now. You may not find a place. So I'm literally in a Facebook group for Los Angeles voucher holders who I'm constantly seeing, as big as Los Angeles is, people who can't find a place within the payment standard in Los Angeles, which again is just below the payment standard right now in Santa Monica. I mean, to me, this is just a no-brainer.
So small area FMRs would raise the floor for payment standards by making them based literally on Santa Monica rents, not on the larger metro area average from Long Beach to Glendale. Small area FMRs are more granular by definition, making it a more accurate and efficient basis for payment standards. There are national nonprofit housing law organizations that are advocating that all jurisdictions go to a small area FMR because the concept is a more sound basis for all jurisdictions. It's more granular. Not only does it increase payment standards where they need to be increased, but there are actually jurisdictions, not ours, there are jurisdictions where the payment standards are higher than they need to be because of the larger metro area FMR. And the small area FMR actually allows them to lower the payment standards where it's not necessary that it's so high. And so they both recapture funds and are able to redistribute them where they're needed. And again, as I said, the small area FMR is only as good as the data it's based on. And some of them are flawed for the Santa Monica zip codes, especially in Pico, because they had too few data points. And so I did want to advise staff to be advise the city council that staff be directed to determine that discrepancy and ask for HUD to reevaluate the small area FMR for those zip codes. But in the meantime, it sounds like Denise McGranahan had a great short-term fix, which is the discretion that's allowed the housing authority to increase the percentage for individual zip codes in with the small area FMR if they're not high enough. So with that, are there any other comments on this? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'd like to motion, but before I do, I wanted to refer to the September 15th meeting. This is Commissioner Hilton, that the HUD field office representative. He said that 40% of PHA jurisdictions nationwide use a small area payment. Virtually all were required by HUD to utilize the higher payment. And this is because in lower income, lower cost housing jurisdictions, there are concentration factors. Santa Monica is unique because, and we have economic differences than those cities, and we don't have voucher concentration areas. We even have maps. So the housing division has distribution maps showing where voucher use occurs in the city. I do think still we need poured out housing burden data, but I'll propose a motion to support a payment increase because I'm a believer in flexibility. So here's my motion. I motion that despite 5A parts 1 and 2, which limits the discussion and possible action to recommending a housing authority change from the current exception standard to the small area fair market rent payment without any analysis or information on the current exception payment standard, the amount's reasonableness, including housing burden poured out statistics, the Commission does advise and support the City Council, Housing Authority Board, Housing Authority apply for an FMR payment increase ASAP. And you can define FMR payment increase other than small area. That's my motion.
Sorry, thank you. So you're recommending, you're moving that we recommend to the Housing Authority Board that they request an increase in their exception to the metro area FMR?
Well, any payment increase by the deadline that's other than the small area. And we can consider the small area after we get more data.
Okay, I'm just confirming that you're recommending they keep the metro area FMR, but you move that we recommend that they increase the payment standard via an increase in the exception to the metro area FMR.
I don't have the attachments, but it sounds like yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Vice Chair Morosco?
I'm unclear. Can you just one more time repeat the motion? Because I'm not sure. You're saying to increase the payment standard that they're allowed to do just by notifying HUD and then
Yes.
working on, oh, okay.
But that would preclude a recommendation to move to a small area FMR basis before January. He's saying they can look next year into a small area FMR if they want.
We could do it in February if you want.
Right, but it wouldn't be applicable until the following year because the deadline would have passed.
Because January is the deadline. So in other words, it has to be one or the other for this year.
I don't think it has to be. Well, what do you mean by one or the other? What are the two?
So let's just say a letter goes to the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board tomorrow. And next week they go, okay, because all we have to do is notify HUD, we're gonna go up to, what is it, the 110%? Is that what it was?
No, we're already at, it was 160%.
Oh, yeah.
Because our exception, it was 160%.
Oh, so no, then that doesn't make sense.
I heard, Chair, I heard you when you read the letter from LAFLA, I heard you say that the current voucher payment, $19.30, with a quick application by the deadline, would go to $2,096. So that's in my motion, and that's just a starter. So as far as the small area fair market rent voucher amount, we could consider that with more data at the beginning of the year.
I'm looking at her email to check what you're saying because that wasn't my understanding.
It's not a large increase, I agree, but it's a quick application.
Well, again, if they're still not usable. Okay, so I'm looking at this chart. She says that the Housing Authority is required to raise its payment standards to fall between 90 and 110% of the new FMRs by January of 2023, but they're allowed to do so as soon as now, October 1st of 2022. Thus, they could go up to 110%, and that does not need to meet HUD approval. So it says the studio would be at $1,684. I don't know of a single studio in Santa Monica that you can rent for $1,684. I have a friend currently actively searching for something just a little below that, and he hasn't been able to find a single thing in any neighborhood, or even Santa Monica adjacent. So again, while it may be a quick action, it doesn't sound like a quick solution to me because it's not actually solving the underlying problem, because they can just as easily say that they notify HUD that they want to voluntarily switch to a small area FMR, and that doesn't take any additional time either. Yes.
Because the process is now streamlined. So in other words, it's just like a form that they fill out. It's not a bunch of numbers that they have to gather and crunch, right? Is that right?
Yeah, so what she wrote about that is that normally between 110 and 120%, the HUD field office approval is required, but they issued a notice extending its previous notice, allowing them to request approval from HUD to increase their payment standards up to 120% of either the FMR or the small area FMR through the end of 2023. And if they wish to do this, there is a streamlined process. So if the Santa Monica Housing Authority payment standards were at 120% of FMRs, they would be $1,841 for a studio, $2,096 for a 1-bedroom, $2,666 for a 2-bedroom, $3,466 for a 3-bedroom, and $3,804 for a 4-bedroom. Now, again, anecdotally, I am still on the below market housing list, and all the studios that I have seen begin at $2,000, I believe it's $100, which is, that's for studios, and the payment standard here, that's actually above the payment standard for a 1-bedroom. So we're still talking about 120% of FMRs. However, if the Housing Authority went to a small area fair market rent methodology, they could increase rents for each zip code. Noah, could you please bring that email back up and show the chart that has some yellow and blue highlighting in it?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Thank you. Okay, so if they do a small area FMR, this would increase rents for each zip code except where highlighted below, which Noah will bring up in a second. There we go. Affecting most seriously the Pico neighborhood. However, agencies in any metro area who go into the small area FMR program have the option to set payment standards up to 110% of the small area FMR in any of the zip codes. So they could correct for those lower small area FMRs in individual zip codes. The only action HUD requires an agency to take to use this option is to notify HUD by email that it's doing so. And as with exception payment standards, with field office approval, housing authorities can go up to 120% of small area FMR through December 2023. So to address the concerns about the 90404 and 90405 zip codes, they could use the small area FMR schedule and increase the highlighted zip codes to 110% without HUD approval. And that would, let's see. Wait, but she still has, and she does have the first of the red rows is the current Santa Monica Housing Authority payment standard, which is $1,512 for a studio, $1,930 for a 1-bedroom, and $2,640 for a 2-bedroom. But it looks like this is this the 120 of the FMR, not the small area FMR? So the small area FMR would be even higher. Again, one of the things that I had wanted to do, because we are not financial analysts or or number crunchers, and we, we're not paid to do this. We don't have the resources to conduct these studies on our own, but the trends are apparent to me, at least, and I feel like we can make a general recommendation to the Housing Authority Board for them to change the basis of the payment standard, again, because I think by its nature, using the FMR, the metro area FMR as a basis, is unnecessarily unrelated to Santa Monica rents. And as I said, even in that small niche situation, it does disadvantage disabled Santa Monicans. Yes, Commissioner Borson.
So you want to write this discussion is about writing a letter. We don't really have the tool. I mean, I'm a bit confused myself at this point, and I don't know if we have the tools to work this through right now. Could the letter say something like, we ask the Housing Authority to apply for, increases in the HUD amounts using whatever combination of FMR, small area, 120% bonuses will produce the highest amounts in each zip code, and leave the calculations to them, but just say, you have to do something, get the maximum amount you can with whatever tools you can. Or would they use that as an excuse to let it fall behind the filing cabinet?
Yeah, that I think the latter. What we do know, I mean, we already have the answer to what you said. If you want to recommend that they increase the payment standard by the most amount, that would, by definition, be changing the basis to a small area FMR and recommending that they go up to 120% small area FMR, which doesn't require additional approval, and I believe can be done with an email. And perhaps final approval by the field office. But the small area FMR is already an order of magnitude higher than the FMR. So 120% of the FMR is always going to be less than 120% of the small area FMR for Santa Monica. So if that is what you would like to see them do, then I think we should recommend that they change the basis of the payment standard from a metro area FMR, which is really not correlated at all with Santa Monica, which is uniquely expensive for the region, and move it to a small area FMR, and to evaluate the percentages that that were outlined as an option by Denise McGranahan. I believe she said, sorry, I closed it. She said it would be 120%. It could be 120%. Well, yeah, that would also solve the discrepancies with even the PICO zip codes, that they can use the small area FMR schedule, and then increase the highlighted zip codes that she said up to 110% of the small area FMR. They can do that without HUD approval. So again, it looks like they could do that with an email. The problem is not HUD approving it. The problem is the housing authority resisting raising the payment standard at all. When the panel of staff came to speak with us, we asked them about this, and they were adamant that it would decrease the number of vouchers, which we've already discussed, and didn't seem to appreciate how drastically below average for our area, even for the 40% FMR, our current payment standards are. Originally, my language for this item asked them to re-examine it, but they actually told us that they did re-examine it, whatever that means, and said that they decided that it should stay the way it is, which is why I rephrased it to be more proactive and directive, because left to their own devices, it seems like they are fine with the status quo. But then again, I don't know how many, if any, of the housing authority staff actually have to live using their own vouchers. So yes, Vice Chair Marasco.
And I think it's helpful that LAFLA was already ahead of the game on this. They were already looking at it before the Housing Commission even mentioned it. And I was actually surprised to hear her bring it up at the September 13th City Council meeting. So I think that they've already kind of gotten a grasp on it, and that they are maybe lending their knowledge about it to maybe assist. I don't know for a fact, but that they may be, you know, lending the knowledge that they already have to assist the housing authority. The reason why LAFLA got ahead of this in the first place is because they had a lot of people coming to them with an increase. And I just know from the conversations I've had with Denise McGranahan, they're getting a lot of unlawful detainer clients right now, as these the moratoriums are being lifted, and you know, people are trying to increase the rents. They're seeing a lot more UDs. So this is the reason why they started getting ahead of it, because they realized people had nowhere to go. Even if they leave, again, if they port out to Los Angeles, it's going to be risky there too. So it's better to stay where you are and what you know. But again, as Chair Gray pointed out, you only get 120 days to lease up in a new place. I mean, some people are getting lucky and getting extensions beyond that. And the Housing Authority has it already admitted. It's because there's limited number of units in this price range. So I think with LAFLA getting behind it, it makes it easier.
Commissioner Gomez? You're muted.
Apologies. It appears, I mean, based on what we've discussed here, that the only viable recommendation we can make is for small area FMRs. I mean, anything other than that is woefully inadequate.
Yeah, I agree. It also, to me, it's illogical to start from a basis that has so little relation to your local numbers when you have an alternative that begins by definition with each of your zip codes individually. Why wouldn't you want the more precise numbers? Vice Chair Morosco.
Very last comment. It also helps to affirmatively further fair housing because it will help to deconcentrate. And although Commissioner Hilton is saying that vouchers aren't concentrated, yes, there is a map and it shows 40% of voucher holders are in the downtown area and it's all along the Pico corridor. And the next largest number is 17 or 18% are in the Pico neighborhood. So yes, they are very concentrated. The others are peppered about here and there, but the large majority of them are along the Pico corridor.
Yeah, overwhelmingly the only unit, because I spent over a year looking at 8 or more rental platforms multiple times a day, every day for a year in Santa Monica. So I became intimately familiar with the differences in prices block by block. Overwhelmingly, the only things that were in the price range were right along I-10 in Pico. Which I couldn't do for health reasons, which is why it took me, I mean, I was homeless for 6 months because I had to wait until I could find some place that I could physically, live in healthily. But people shouldn't have to do that. And people shouldn't have to, I already had health issues that precluded me from living along I-10, but people shouldn't be forced to live along I-10 and then develop the health issues, that come with living in that proximity to the highway. So having said that, I would like to make a motion. I move that we advise City Council and or the Housing Authority Board, and aside, I'll restate the motion in a second. This really is an issue for the Housing Authority Board, but they meet so infrequently. And if anybody noticed at the last Housing Authority Board meeting, there were no RAB representatives there. So literally the composition of the City Council versus the Housing Authority Board as a Venn diagram is a complete circle. So I'm hoping that they will allow us to bring this to the City Council, given that it's the same participants, even though they are two distinct boards. So my motion is to advise the City Council / Santa Monica Housing Authority Board to direct the Housing Authority staff to change the housing choice voucher payment standard basis from an exception to the fair market rate to the small area fair market rate with some corrections, and increase HCV payment standards to reflect current market rents in accordance with the most ambitious recommendations made in Denise McGranahan's email, which we would submit with it so they could rely on LAFLA's data. So that's my motion. Is there a second? Second by Vice Chair Morosco. Let's take a roll call vote if there's no other discussion. Noah, would you please take a roll call vote? We're voting on a motion to advise City Council and the Housing Authority Board to direct staff to 1, change the housing choice voucher payment standard basis from an exception to FMR to the small area FMR with some corrections, as Denise noted in her letter, and increase the payment standards to reflect current market rents in line with the advice, the most ambitious advice given by Denise McGranahan in her Lawful email.
Yeah, Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Hilton?
Could you repeat the first part, please, of the motion?
Of course. This is a motion to advise the City Council and/or the Housing Authority Board to direct Housing Authority staff to first change the housing choice voucher payment standard basis from the FMR with an exception to the small area FMR with some corrections, as Denise McGranahan noted for the zip code discrepancies. That's the first part of it.
No.
Okay. Commissioner Borson?
You're muted.
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
I support the concept of a HUD payment standard based on a small market FMR. I think it's only logical that the payment standard be somewhat tied to market rents. And of course, using the Metro standard doesn't apply because Santa Monica has such a high concentration of high rents. So I understand what you need, but I just don't, I wish the motion was a little more straightforward. So I'm just going to abstain, and hopefully it comes back with just a very simple motion to support a small market payment standard.
Okay. Vice Chair Marosco
Yes.
and Chair Gray.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, good job, guys. And I appreciate your comment, Commissioner Hamilton. I think I realize it was a compound motion, but I think it actually pretty much comports with what you said, because the increase would be based on the small area fair market rate. It's just Denise McGranahan did such a good job of giving granular recommendations for those percentage increases that I wanted to defer to her data. Okay, so let's move on to item 5B, which is review, discussion, and possible recommendations on final draft revised 6th cycle, which is 2021 to 2029 housing elements. Vice Chair Marosco, would you like to introduce this item before we take public comments?
Sure. Hold on 1 second here. So the 6th cycle housing element still has not been finalized. So just to give the history, most of you already know this. October 12, 2021, City Council sent the finalized draft of the 6th cycle 2021-2029 housing element to HCD for review, and on February 8th, HCD rejected it. sent a letter of non-compliance, that it was not in compliance with state housing element law, and provided an outline of the changes that HCD wanted to see. And it was in a 5-page appendix. Those documents have actually, or that letter, the February 8th letter, has been attached. So in response, on February 14th, the city issued a statement stating City of Santa Monica staff have done substantial work on proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance, land use and circulation element, downtown community plan, and Bergamot area plan for consistency with the adopted 6-cycle housing element. Planning Commission public hearings were underway. However, giving the Department of Housing and Community Development's comments, staff will be pausing hearings with the Planning Commission on housing element implementation to provide staff the opportunity to review the comment letter, seek consultation and clarification with HCD staff, and possible direction from City Council on how to proceed. There were several items that were outlined where HCD was saying that it didn't meet housing element law. Prior to submitting, and while they were trying to finalize it to meet the October 15th, 2021 deadline, I believe the Housing Commission had 7 meetings. January 7th, April 1st, April 15th, May 20th, June 10th, September 23rd, and December 16th was the last time that the Housing Commission was able to give any recommendations, I believe, to the Planning Division. Since that time, and of course they were found to be not in compliance, the Planning Division did not come back to the Housing Commission for any further review and recommendations. I just recently found out that it was not finalized for some reason. I thought February 8th, they were saying that basically that it was completed or finalized. And I think there were a lot of people in the community who were under the impression that it was done. But it wasn't. There were many changes that needed to be made, and even specifically, let me see here. Inadequate analysis and overly optimistic assumptions about the realistic development capacity of properties in the sites inventory was a one that really stuck out to me. Parking was an issue that stuck out to me. Let's see, lack of oh yeah, definitely there were issues with affirmatively furthering fair housing or fair housing issues. So the point is, they were supposed to continue to engage with people who had been giving comment previously, which would have been the Housing Commission. But for some reason, staff never brought this to the Housing Commission. And basically now on October 11th, the City Council will be approving the final draft. And because of that, the fact that we didn't get a chance to review it, I'm just bringing it forward to the commission to see if we agree that a comment should be submitted. Actually, I brought this issue to the NOAA to say, why hasn't the city staff been presenting the Housing Commission with any staff administrative items? We haven't been getting them pretty much since the beginning of the year. So anyways, Noah did check with staff and he came back with, the planning manager said that, you know, because they made these multiple previous presentations, and that there was just a few adjustments that needed to be made, that they didn't need to bring it back to the Housing Commission yet. The issue here is that, let me get to my, the issue here is that in the, in HCD's letter, on February 8th and February 20, September 6th, both. It clearly states public participation in the development, adoption, and implementation of the housing element is essential to effective housing planning throughout the housing element process. The city should continue to engage the community, including organizations that represent lower income and special needs households, and comments on this review by making information regularly available and considering and incorporating comments where appropriate. September 6th says basically the same thing, only it adds, please be aware any revisions to the element must be posted on the local government's website, and to email a link to all individuals and organizations that have previously requested notices relating to the local government's housing element at least 7 days before submitting to HCD. Basically, I'm saying that we should, first of all, obviously discuss this and then possibly talk about an action to send a letter to City Council. That was actually the suggestion of Noah from staff, that we could submit a letter as to incorporate as our recommendation.
So if I may, tell me if I got this right. Would it be fair to summarize by saying that in all of 2022, the housing element has never been brought to the Housing Commission for review, even though it was absolutely not finalized? The city seemed to give, or the Planning Commission, one or the other or both, seemed to give the impression that it was done and that any final revisions were minor and technicalities, and that was not true. And in so doing, they defied HCD's direct orders to actively incorporate all stakeholders, including the Housing Commission in this case, in review of it. I do want to make a point that even though this is under administrative items, this actually was also recommended to be under administrative items by, I believe, the clerk's office and the city attorney's office, because this item did not originate with staff. This item originated with Vice Chair Marasco, who reads an inordinate amount of material on housing, and this came to her attention and she realized the discrepancy in the oversight, and she said we need to at least let them know that we weren't given a chance to weigh in, and so that's why it's on the agenda. Staff did not bring us this item, so obviously it is unreasonable for us to look at anything substantive related to the housing element, precisely because we have not been given an opportunity to review it along the way for almost a year now. However, I think, tell me if I'm wrong, Vice Chair Marasco, the point you'd like to make is bringing to City Council's attention, and possibly HCD, that they didn't follow directions in making this available to all stakeholders, that it didn't have as transparent a process as it should have.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear in explaining that basically our comment is that we weren't allowed to comment or review. And literally, I also attached, I copied and pasted into a document exactly what the housing element webpage states. As of October 3rd, it said, review the final draft of the 6th cycle housing element for 2021 to 2029, exclamation point. On Thursday, September 22nd, 2022, the Planning Commission reviewed the final draft of the 6th cycle housing element and recommended that the City Council adopt the September final draft as amended. The community will have 2 weeks to review the final, to review the draft prior to the October 11th adoption hearing with City Council. Once the plan is adopted, the city will submit the final draft to HCD for their review and certification by their October 15th deadline. So literally, we didn't get a link. It actually before said 7 days prior. And then the day before I looked at the website and then they changed it to the community will have 2 weeks. I don't know. Anyways, the point is, you know, obviously we don't have time to digest all of the red line changes that they made and try to understand all of this, especially because only 2 people, only 2 commissioners were involved in the overview, the review and recommendations of the housing element last year. And I haven't even had time to read what comments that were incorporated in the red lines from the Housing Commission in December. I have no idea because we don't have any minutes. So I don't know what was incorporated or what was voted upon to finalize that. But anyway, yes, you are correct. To basically say that either to not adopt it and to give the Housing Commission more time to review, and to comment and make recommendations, or to make, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to interrupt because I wanted to take public comment before we got into discussion. I just wanted you to give an overview.
I'm sorry.
Right. So I think you did a good job of that. So let's open it up. Are there any public comments on this item? This is 5B concerning the housing element. Any public comments?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. I'm not surprised that the housing authority staff and the housing authority itself is doing this to you, because it seems as though they've been trying to thwart you ever since you got started. Because you're actually trying to help the affordable housing tenants. But on the part of the 2021 and 2029 housing element, I have the biggest problem with is goals part 7. Where on the first page, it clearly states fair housing issues that may arise in Santa Monica or any other jurisdiction include but are not limited to failure to make reasonable accommodations or modifications to make dwellings accessible to people with disabilities, as well as discrimination and harassment of protected classes. But it does show that the actions identified in Diane Glaber's 2020 Santa Monica Fair Housing Assessment against senior and the disabled have been allowed to continue, including a lack of local fair public housing enforcement, a lack of resources for fair housing agencies and organizations, a lack of state or local fair housing laws, no quality of affordable housing information programs, having regulatory barriers to providing housing and supportive services for people with disabilities, having state or local laws, policies, or practices that discourage individuals with disabilities from living in apartments, family homes, supportive housing, and other integrated services, and violations of fair housing and civil rights law. So discriminatory actions like these have been taken by the city and the Santa Monica Housing Authority staff for well over 2 years. But it's really surprising that the state approved the Santa Monica 2021-29 housing element, unless of course the state has the same discriminatory practices. And would that have anything to do with the city not having an ADA person since 2010? Except for city employees, which can be seen by Myrna Medina in risk management, not returning calls to myself and other Housing Choice Voucher tenants who are disabled requesting for her assistance. Here I also have to question why the city of Santa Monica and the state of California allow slumlords such as Greystar to manage buildings with Housing Choice Voucher units in them. Due to that putting Housing Choice Voucher tenants at a greater disadvantage, especially if they're disabled. In addition, if we're not supposed to have to identify ourselves as affordable housing tenants, why Are select services offered by Santa Monica Housing Authority only available through third parties, which we also have to give our personal information to? I mean, considering there are no services provided by the Santa Monica Housing Authority staff after established tenancy, except in extreme conditions, although recently they don't seem to be responding to those either. I also have been a victim to the Santa Monica Housing Authority's practices of failure to provide reasonable practices of failure to provide reasonable accommodation and harassment and discrimination against the disabled. I hope everyone can see why I have a problem with Goals Part 7 section of the Santa Monica 21 to 2029 housing element. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other public comments on this item? This is 5B on the housing element, including our omission from the process of reviewing. Any public comments?
Can you remind them to how to unmute themselves?
Yes, Noah, can you please repeat that?
Yes, if you are calling on the phone, you have to press *6.
Any other public comments? Okay, so let's continue with discussion of this. So again, we're obviously not going to discuss the element itself tonight. The item was really added to the agenda so we could draw the city and or the HCD's attention to the fact that we were omitted from the process and that HCD's directions were not followed in incorporating all the people that should have been incorporated into the review process throughout this year. Does anyone have any questions? Any commissioners have any questions or comments?
This is Commissioner Hilton. I have some comments based on statistics, and we received the number of discussion and meetings. We had 7 discussions in 2021 on the housing element and 1 discussion this year. It's not lack of housing element input, in my opinion, but our commission motions don't always reach either the planning commission or city council. And the reason for that is usually due to timing or delivery constraints. For example, once there was a special meeting on a Wednesday, a housing commission special meeting, and the very next day the planning commission met and made final decisions. As far as the statistics for 2021, January 7th, April 1st, April 15th, I had a motion. There was no second. May 20th, June 10th was my motion, 5-0, successful. September 23rd, December 16th. So there were 7 discussions on the housing element in 2021. What you're missing, because all of you were participants, was the June 16th meeting this year, 9D, and I'm even looking at the motion, 5-1 vote with one commissioner who's present tonight was absent, but it's a 3-part motion. And it was page 1 of 38 public input at the council meeting on June 21st, 8B. So it was a 3-part motion that essentially said that segregation exists in the city, and that's the distribution of our 100% affordable housing. And there was a 5-1 vote, and I abstained, and I didn't agree.
Yes, Vice Chair Marosco.
Yes, again, it wasn't staff that brought that information to the attention of the Housing Commission. It was me, and again, it was late. You know, it's like we still couldn't from February 8th on, the planning division knew that they had to make revisions. There was plenty of opportunity for them to engage the Housing Commission and ask for us to review once they started making working through the final draft after they had gained their technical support from HCD. There was plenty of opportunity, and they were literally required to reach out to those who had previously requested notices. So it would be people who previously commented and had been, involved in the process. I mean, there were the same people from the community who commented in what was it, November of last year or October of last year. Those very same people were able to give their comments again on September 6th. They made it to a planning division meeting so that they could make their comments again to HCD, and to include two new people were added. But yet the Housing Commission, and I do want to say this and bring it to everyone's attention as well. On September 13th at the City Council meeting, actually Mayor Himmelrich said, what's going on with the Housing Commission that they're not working on staff administrative items such as would be the housing element. And, it seems like that hasn't happened at all this year. Well, she's correct, because we haven't been given any of those items. So it basically looks like, I guess I was confused because I thought, oh, are we supposed to be doing this on our own? But what I learned is that the staff are supposed to be providing that to our staff liaison, which would be Noah. They would be bringing the information and asking him to place it on the agenda for us to review. And they would be providing us with their staff report and any of their attachments, just like they did all of last year with the Housing Commission previously. It would have been the same process. So there's no reason why they didn't, there's no real reason why they didn't engage the Housing Commission, and they were literally mandated to do so in not one, but two letters from HCD, February 8th and September 6th of 2022.
Noah, can I ask you to please shed some light on this for us? Obviously, this deep and complex institutional knowledge was not meant to originate with you, but be routed through you to us. Can you tell us what's going on the back end, that for 9 months, we haven't received a single administrative item from the staff in our affiliated department?
That I'm not aware of. I started about 5 months ago, and I've only started working with the Housing Commission, in July, June? Yeah, I'm not really sure what was going on there.
Okay, but I did ask you, I've asked you a few times, especially early on, about how and when we were going to find out about administrative items. I remember, and I said this, I made this comment at the last City Council meeting, general comment, that I asked you how it worked administratively, if you had a spreadsheet or if there was a database, which I guess was a little hopeful of me, that generates each month a list of things that would normally, business administrative items that would normally be reviewed by the Housing Commission approximately the same time each year. And you said nothing like that existed. And I asked you to, ask senior staff about it. And we haven't received a single administrative item, and that's one of staff's primary responsibilities regarding boards and commissions.
Yeah, so I do know that when boards and commissions have a topic to discuss that staff or council is working on, they will bring it to them, but I don't know of any, there's a list if there's a file for topics for the Housing Commission.
Okay, well, there seems to be, I mean, you are the staff liaison, so I guess you are the person that we would be taking this request / complaint to. We need staff to feed you the administrative items that we're supposed to be reviewing. And we are not equipped, and it's not our responsibility to scrounge for these things on our own with whatever information we can come across. I mean, these are documents, reports, and elements that the city deals with year in and year out, every single year, or on longer, 1 year, 3 year, 5 year cycles, whatever. The city has this knowledge. We don't have this knowledge. There's no way for us to access this information unless staff gives it to us. So what do you think you could do to help us remedy this disconnect between, housing related city business and our ability to review it?
Yeah, I do know that staff is now gonna try to give you something physical to look at. Like you mentioned, things that do happen reoccurring every year. I am newer, so I'm not sure what that is. But I do know that they are putting something together for y'all to have in front of you. But yeah.
You mean like an individual administrative item, or you mean a list of everything and the timeline that it generally runs on?
That I am not sure of.
Okay. Might I suggest that as the staff liaison, and not just for our commission, but for all the boards and commissions that you work with, that you yourself might want to start putting together a spreadsheet or document that lists these things under each month that they tend to fall under, because they will repeat, if not on an annual basis, on a 5-year basis and so on. And I think that would be a good reference document for anyone who works with us in the future, and would also make it easier for you because you'd know what to anticipate once you were told about it the first time. Does that make sense?
I'll make a note.
Thank you. So are there any other comments or questions? Is there a motion?
I have some input on the revenue cost, and this is for the 6,168 affordable units. And the reason I bring it up is because the housing element, RHNA, also our planning department, planning commission emphasis is almost entirely suitable sites. And the city is determined based on this housing element that we have the capacity, it's called, to accommodate at least 13,600 units at all affordability ranges. And this is above the required 8,900 units. Our housing commission subject is the 6,168 affordable units and cost revenue factors. So I'd like to provide an analysis and then propose a motion. So we have a total of 6,168 new affordable units, and that's 69% of the requirement, less 2,056, and this is approximately 1/3 the number of units that's typically contributed by zoning, AHPP. So that equals 4,100 units, 4,100 affordable units. You multiply that times $750,000 per unit cost, and it equals $3.082 billion with a B dollars. And that doesn't include tax credit financing. Our city local cost is usually about 1/2 of the total. So Santa Monica would need to have revenue of about 1.5 billion with a B to produce 4,100 new affordable units. Our existing trust fund is between 6 to 8 million with an M, which staff has said would pay for about 29 units. Although the 6 to 8 million only provides 29 affordable units, I need to clarify that most cities in California, unlike Santa Monica, don't have a trust fund or provide any local funding. And the state housing element, RHNA, doesn't require any jurisdiction to contribute any local funding. We may have the necessary land, parcel sites to accommodate the 8,900 units. What's missing is the 4 billion with a B for all 6,168 affordable units, or after our AHPP contribution, the 1.5 billion with a B revenue for the 4,100 affordable units. The housing element revised quantified has been forwarded and accepted by Housing and Community Development. What I think we need to do is we need to convey our expertise on the cost to the City Council. So here's my motion. The revised quantified objective planning perspective is suitable sites, which based on capacity is realistic, versus the housing perspective, which is affordability and cost. Based on unknowns about the affordable housing revenue sources, the Housing Commission suggests that we need more revenue data before we can support the revised quantified affordability. That's my motion.
Is there a second? Commissioner Hilton, I appreciate your familiarity with the element and you bringing up that substantive issue. Unfortunately, I am not equipped to deal with anything substantive with the element because I haven't been, properly exposed to it until now. And tonight at the 11th hour is really not enough time. It's not reasonable for us as a body to begin looking at this incredibly dense and long and important document. It sounds like something that I certainly, encourage you to provide individual input on. And in general, I'm always in support of asking for more data, but I'm sorry, I can't even intelligently appreciate your motion or the observations that you made, which is the reason that I didn't second it. Is there a motion to deliver a different kind of feedback? Yes, Vice Chair Marasco.
I actually drafted a letter. I don't know if this is something everyone would agree to, but I think it's just covering and I'm sorry, I agree with Chair Gray, Commissioner Hilton. I think I understand what you're talking about just because I've read through a lot of the, overview, the housing element, and I think I do know what you're saying. But like Chair Gray, we just weren't given an opportunity to really familiarize ourselves with all of it. And I wouldn't feel comfortable not really knowing what I'm voting on. But I did draft this letter. I didn't attach it because I wasn't exactly sure how this was gonna, how the topic was gonna, come to, the discussion was gonna come to an end. But can I just share it and maybe you all can look at it, and the motion would be to send this letter or some version of a letter like this to the city council and Mayor Himmelrich, and as was suggested by by Noah through staff, to submit it as our comment for city council to incorporate on October 11th as they're approving the final draft. Can I just share that really quick? Is it possible for me to do that? Noah, is it okay?
So yes, you can. Usually how it works is you come up what you want as a group to advise and put in the letter, and then somebody will write it based off of that. You can definitely read your letter, and then you can vote if they would like to send it as is or make amendments.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I can use this share button, right?
Yeah.
Let's see if it works. Yeah. You guys just went away.
Can you make it bigger?
Can you see it?
Yeah, but it's kind of small. Can you just drag it bigger? Or make it like 125% or something? Or fit to page? Yeah.
Where am I?
View. Right, there you go.
I hate it when I don't have the toolbar up.
Whole page, or no, I'm sorry, page width, top of the center column.
Oh, where is it?
Page width. Great, thank you. Will you please read it for those who are on screen?
Sure. Dear Mayor Himmelrich and City Council members, the Housing Commission recently became aware that the housing element was still in the revision process and has been since about February 8th, 2002, after HCD rejected the sixth cycle 2021-20 to 2029 housing element. Despite the fact that the Housing Commission has not been informed of this, the Housing Commission is tasked with advising the City Council on all matters related to housing in Santa Monica, particularly affordable housing. Despite numerous requests of staff by multiple commissioners, the Housing Commission was never informed of the housing element's ongoing review process, nor were we given an opportunity to participate in it. Bringing this document to our attention is the responsibility of our affiliated city department. However, again, despite repeated requests by multiple housing commissioners, city staff has failed to bring a single substantive administrative item to the Housing Commission agenda in 2022. This failure was already brought to the city I guess it was third paragraph in each of the letters from HCD from both February 8th and September 6th of 2022.
Will you please read that?
Oh, you want me to read the whole thing? Okay, I'm sorry. So HCD's letter dated February 8th, 2022 states the following. Public participation in the development, adoption, and implementation of the housing element is essential to effective housing planning. Throughout the housing element process, the city should continue to engage the community, including organizations that represent lower income and special needs households, and commenters on this review. by making information regularly available and considering and incorporating comments where appropriate. And then HCD's letter dated September 6, 2022 states the following, quote, public participation in the development, adoption, and implementation of the housing element is essential to effective housing planning. Throughout the housing element process, the city must continue to engage the community, including organizations that represent lower income and special needs households, by making information regularly available while considering and incorporating comments where appropriate. Please be aware, any revisions to the element must be posted on the local government's website and to email a link to all individuals and organizations that have previously requested notices relating to the local government's housing element at least 7 days before submitting to HCD. In light of this direction by HCD, the city's failure to include key stakeholder representatives in the form of the Housing Commission in this review process, the Housing Commission strongly recommends that the City Council do one of two things. I'm sorry, I do have this, the wording abbreviated, and I will change that. 1, delay approving the final, and then it would be 6th cycle 2021-29 housing element until the Housing Commission can adequately review it and provide feedback. Or 2, if its approval cannot or will not be delayed, include this recommendation, the Santa Monica Housing Commission, as a comment attached to the submission of the final. Sorry, I did not finish these draft 1 and 2 properly, but the final 6th cycle 2021-29 housing element to HCD. So I would have to insert that here, but I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
It was just a draft, so.
Yeah.
And that's the end, and then.
So I'm sorry, did you actually move to send this letter with its approximate contents that you read to the City Council?
No, I didn't move, but I was going to read it first and then move to send this letter or some composition, depending on any additions or changes that the commission may see fit.
Are there any comments or questions from commissioners about this potential letter? Oh, sorry, you're muted, Commissioner Gomez.
Sorry about that. Vice Chair, could you go to the end of the letter? And there's that item 2. Yeah, so could you just provide some, I don't think I understood that item 2 there.
Okay. I don't think that I wrote this out proper. Sorry, I was kind of in a hurry.
No, it's good.
So maybe I should have worded this better to say that, we're asking in number 1 to delay the final approval until we could review it. So if they cannot delay it or will not delay it, if they will include this
letter.
Yeah, include this letter, sorry, not recommendation. Include this letter as a comment attached to the submission of the final housing element.
Thank you.
So you're saying,
I understand it. Okay.
Not recommendation, I'm sorry.
So you're saying, so at least if either we would like them ideally to delay it, but if they won't delay it, we would at least like them to attach this letter so HCD can see what happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
and
you.
that it would be the comment of the Housing Commission, basically incorporated.
Commissioner Borison? You had it and then it's still muted. There you go.
I agree absolutely with the letter. I don't know. Maybe I would be. Is there any way to make it stronger? I mean, the letter's fine. The letter's fine. It's just the behavior of ignoring the Housing Commission is quite egregious. So I don't know. I approve the letter. Is there a way to make the request to delay the final, have some more, I don't know what's the word, strength in some way, but it's fine.
No, that's a fair observation. Vice Chair Marasco, and just so you know, we're seeing your Teams window. If you want to click on the letter, it's shifted focus
Sorry.
between windows. There you go.
Okay, so how can we do that? I mean, in other words, I'm sure we can't be revising this letter right now. Or are you saying to revise it now?
Well, can you I just tried to scroll up on your screen. I'm getting
Oh.
tired. Can you please scroll up to the top so we can see if maybe we could add something to strengthen it at the beginning?
I don't know if it's really necessary. It's just my personal feeling. I think it's fine the way it is. Just I'm just expressing my irritation, but I don't know if it's a change needed. That.
I agree. I do think it needs to be stronger. I just, because, this was so last minute, trying to figure this all out. I agree this letter could be stronger. I mean, I guess I was thinking that if there's a way to change the letter and then just, I don't know, Noah, if I can submit it to all of the commissioners after it's revised for approval after the meeting. I guess probably not.
That's a violation of the Brown Act. Yeah.
Should be just set the way it is. Time is pressing. The letter is fine, and thank you for writing it. I don't think any changes to the text will make any difference to what's going to happen.
I mean, there will be some small changes, obviously, because I didn't finish the sentences, but it's still the same, same message.
Commissioner Gomez, did you have a comment? You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, I again, thank you for writing this. I think the tone is, I think it's good. I think if the letter is made to be too critical, they'll react to the tone as opposed to the content. And so, anyway, that's just a long-winded way of saying that I think it's a good letter with the suggestions you made to revise it, in terms of, as opposed to using, CC, HC, et cetera, right? In terms of actually spelling out those items, I think it's very good.
Great. Yeah, so is there a motion to submit this letter as Housing Commission advice/comment to the City Council regarding the element, provided that minor details will be fleshed out, minor language will be adjusted, and the content will stay the same? Is there a motion for that?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Gomez. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Commissioner Borison. Noah, will you please take a roll call vote on sending this letter with minor revisions as our advice/comment to the city council regarding the housing element?
Yes. Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hilton,
No.
Commissioner Borison,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton. I think he's gone. Vice Chair Morosco
Yes.
and Chair Gray.
Yes.
So with 4 votes, that's, wait, 1, 2. Yeah, 4 votes, sorry. Passes.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair Morosco. Let's see, so we have one more item on the agenda, which is a quick one.
This is Commissioner Hilton. I'd
Yes.
like to make a comment on home ownership because it's in our work plan, page 3, focus 4. And I referred to it earlier. If an individual can afford ownership, it reduces rental opportunities. It could displace
I'm
lower
sorry,
income renters.
Commissioner Hilton, I have to stop you. I'm sorry. That's not related to the items that we're discussing right now.
I thought we were discussing the housing element.
No, we discussed the fact that we weren't given an opportunity to review the housing element. And we already said explicitly that we were not able to look at anything substantive related to the element now because we weren't given an opportunity to review it. And so we have finished with that item. If there's something else that you'd like to cover in terms of a comment that we're going to submit, that's fine, but we're not discussing comments about the substance of the element right now because we are not equipped to make informed observations about it. The rest of us aren't. Clearly you are, which I appreciate.
Well, the 6 of you are online and the housing element document is all online. I have to read page after page after page, and our staff were nice enough to make hard copies available last week, and I read every page. I've gone over 3 housing elements in the last 20 plus years, but it's all available.
Yes, and yet we are not city housing staff, and none of us are have the experience or even the mandate to familiarize ourselves with all housing related documents without direction from staff in our affiliated city department. We would have to be exhaustive in our efforts to review every piece of public document that we possibly could to try and glean what the entirety of what we're supposed to be addressing. It's not a reasonable expectation of any board or commission member. And so while I greatly respect and admire your intimate knowledge of the housing element and your familiarity with it and your dedication to reviewing it, the rest of us were not afforded that opportunity with sufficient notice, and so we can't continue discussing the substance of it tonight. All right. So we're moving on to item 9, Housing Commissioner discussion items. 9A reads, discussion and possible action regarding Housing Commission agenda management to incorporate commissioner announcements and reports. I'm going to open up real quick for public comment. Are there any public comments on this? Item 9A. Public comments on 9A. Okay, well, if there are any public comments on 9A before we complete the item, just let us know. Okay, so So this is very simple. As I mentioned before, this agenda template is inadequate, and I personally find it frustrating. It's not a very effective tool for managing our business at meetings. However, in the interim, since the only thing I can do is agenda management on a meeting by meeting basis, as I demonstrated a little bit tonight, and even though it's not entirely logical to me, but based on the city council's use of special agenda items, item 1, until the city council amends the agenda template, I'd like to create standing sub items for commissioner announcements as well as commissioner reports. I thought announcements could help us share interesting updates or events related to housing with each other and the public. And the reports are going to be necessary to keep everyone apprised of our individual and subcommittee efforts on work plan items. This doesn't require a vote. I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm going to be adding from now on two standing sub items to the special agenda, which will be commissioner announcements and then commissioner / subcommittee reports. And so I encourage you to take advantage of that. The announcements, of course, don't have to be given to me ahead of time. Those are meant to be very brief, impromptu items that can be shared. And then the reports will be updates of individual commissioners or subcommittees or representatives of subcommittees about work plan items that you've been working on. So does that sound good to everyone?
Yep.
I just wanted to let you know that that would be there, you know, as a tool. So if there is no other business, I hereby call this meeting to a close. Thank you all so much for your good work tonight. I really appreciate it. Thanks to the public for joining us tonight. You guys have a lovely evening.
Thanks. Good night.
Good night.